leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, God, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of man. On the beat.
To get your information, to the food to be school, Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You provide them up, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a nose update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, you got it. Spoon TV. Yes, you got it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South of man. On the beat.
To get your information, to the food to be Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah. To spoon. You provide them up, to spoon. Yeah, Yeah, don't just spoon. If you can get back, regulate my brother, don't just spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't just spoon. Yeah, don't just spoon. You want to get a nose up there, don't just spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes, buddy, buddy. Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, buddy, buddy. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Balabadi, badi, badi. Skibidi, dabado. Spoon entertainment. Kua, kua, kua. Let's say kua, kua, kua. Go to there.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the way.
To get your information, for the food to be done. Spoon, 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 television. Spoon, spoon, spoon,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to trust spoon, you just spoon you ain't know. If the trade preparing for starvation, just don't trust spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't trust spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, don't trust spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't trust spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't trust spoon. Yeah, don't trust spoon. Yeah, don't trust spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, don't trust spoon. Yeah, don't trust spoon. If you can get back, regulate my brother, don't trust spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't trust spoon. Yeah, don't trust spoon. You want to get a nose up there, don't trust spoon. Yeah, Rastafari.
Kiribamba.
Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What you want? Yes.
8 minutes after 8 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is Wednesday, the 15th day of October 2025. Wherever it is you're listening to us from, I love to say welcome to you. Whether you're listening to us via Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Voice of Liberia 104.1, and other affiliate stations relaying us all across Liberia. You are definitely welcome. For those of you watching us all around the world, we're live on Fabric TV, Super TV, Spoon TV, and of course we're live on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slanger. This is our bid you welcome to tonight's edition of Liberia's #1 talk show. And of course, need no introduction. This is the Spoon Talk, so you definitely need to share the program. All you need to do is kindly copy the link and share the link in as many groups as possible. A lot of things happening in the country, the news to pick amongst the bunch. You have to be looking at which one is more important in terms of newsworthiness than the other, and trending issues, and a lot happening in Liberia. I always say that if you want to shoot a reality TV show, you need no script. Just grab your camera and you move around our country and you see a lot of dramatic unfoldings, a lot of drama, affairs of our country, then you can shoot an award-winning reality TV show just from what unfolds in our country. Yep. So a lot of talk around property ownership. Who's got property? Who ain't got property? You know, the CDC have said, look, that whole thing was being instigated by the Unity Party to bring Safi up and say the property is for him. Then we saw another caveat on the internet coming from another Liberian lawyer saying, look, Safi, stop purporting yourself, you know, to be like the owner of this property when you're not. CDC, don't buy any property from Safi. Don't go in any negotiation. It is not his property. So the CDC has said, oh yeah, we got interest in the property. I spoke to Councillor Fonati Kofa this afternoon. He said, look, we've got interest in the adjacent properties and properties nearby because we want to expand our headquarters, you know, with plenty. Yeah, so the smallest space that we get now, it can contain our people. So looking to negotiate with property owners around, you know, to buy their properties and expand our land. But there was no 5,000 exchanged and a whole lot of other things were said. Well, still talking about property, PYJ children, two of his children decided to carry their mind and other relatives into court. Yeah, straight in front of the monthly probate judge and say, Your Honor, we have come before you in Montserrat County to say nobody should sell any of our properties in Montserrat County. Someone said, but what about those in Nimba? But it's the Monrovia one that we got. So this thing about property feud is just happening around. So the monthly probate judge, that's his honor, Peter Swa, yep, has issued, okay, so there's one for Nimba County and there is one for Montserrat County. So yes, they issued one caveat in Nimba County and another in Montserrat County. So the resident circuit judge in Nimba is Papi Swa, and he has issued a caveat that no property should be sold in Nimba County belonging to the former senator, late senator. This was filed by Amy Johnson and Blessing Johnson. And the judge has issued a caveat, but that will be discussed lengthily on the program as we progress. And also in Montserrat County, before his honor, Nekula Y. Edwards has also issued a caveat that properties belonging to the late Senator Prince Johnson, whether in Nimba and Montserrat, should be sold to any party. No deed should be given and nothing in the interest of Amy Johnson and Blessing Johnson. So when we just thought that this entire property issue would have been handled, you know, there still seems to be spilled over. And still talking about spilled over, President Boyka has decided to sack the scientists. And you know, in Liberia, if you want to release your stress, what I do is I go on social media quietly and I look for comments and the rest of these things and I read them. Someone said, the way GMB sacked the scientists shouldn't get vexed and create virus and leave it with us. That was just a comment in passing, by the way. Yeah, but I found it to be comical in a sense. But GMB have said Dr. Dubek Chris Young has been relieved of his post as well as his deputy. So both the head of NPHIL, that is the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, the Director General Dubek Chris Young, and his Deputy Director General Dr. Adams K. Lincoln have been relieved of their post, and Dr. Siawata Kamano has been put in charge there at NPHIL on an interim basis. A lot of other things happening in Liberia. The House of Representatives have said, look, all of our 73 COSs, our Chief of Office staff, they need brand new vehicles. So we won't give each of them car worth 15,000. And if you do your math, you say 15,000, those of you who are mathletes, 15,000 times 73, that gives you 1,095,000. So the House of Representatives is proposing that each of their Chief of Office staff be given a vehicle 15,000 worth, you know, and the total value there is 1,095,000. That has raised a lot of eyebrows as well. You don't get your Chief of Office staff in vehicle 1,095,000 United States dollars, and UL is there. They're always crying for money. There are other places that we could put money. Your bosses then can get cars on duty free. Some of them get cars. They all do get cars on a 3-year basis, and the rest, why can they also institute a loan scheme that will provide you vehicles and a ticket from your salary, that after the end of the day, the vehicle becomes your own once you've paid off on the car, since the fee car is important and people talking about austerity measures. But we'll bring you more details about that particular proposal, whether or not it is going to see the light of day. Others have said what the legislature wants, the legislature gets. And also in the conversation with Fonati Kofa, the counselor at law, I questioned him about the situation at the House of Representatives. On yesterday, the Speaker, Richard Nangbekun, issued a stern statement about things being said in and out of these chambers that will bring disrepute to that body, especially out of the chambers, and they will be dealt with. And this was his response. It will be played on the show, but I'm just paraphrasing what he said. He said they want a majority leader and they get it, they swallow their own medicine. Just paraphrasing what he said. Now, a lot of other things in the country, the DEA is still busting drugs, especially from around the Bowater side area. A very huge consignment of tramadol was busted again at the Bowater side. And the way people can consume drugs is amazing. That a country such as ours, where we do not have advanced surveillance methods, it takes tips from tipsters and intelligence to be able to detect these things. People get drugs in red oil bottle, in a red oil gallon, I think a red oil. People get it in gasoline truck. People get it in water bottle. People get it all between potato green and all kinds of things. People get it all under the car, the glove compartment area where you can keep your documents. People moving all those things and turning it into drug smuggling parts of their vehicles. So the RDEA is still carrying out burst, and it's a good thing that they can get the intelligence and act upon it. But there are others who have said that, look, it's true, but you should also be going after the kingpins and the rest. But we have to give credit where credit is due, and we look for more of such actions, and not just the bursting of people, not bust and all those things, but we should be looking to see persecutions, especially as well as rehabilitation and the rest, to deter others from going into the drugs menace that is definitely ravaging our country. We'll open the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your minds. Those are just some of the things that will be discussed on the program. The CDC have said, come what may, rain or shine, the 18th of November, they're going break ground. Yeah, someone said they might probably use an excavator to break the ground. Well, we're looking to see what will be used. I passed that area prior to coming to work, and I saw that it's still working there. The LEC is making headways. Riverside County, Sesto City, is being connected to the national grid. Grand Crew County also benefiting, and the LEC again has signed an agreement for additional solar powered energy to beef up our national grid. And when that is completed in 64 weeks, that is going to help, especially during the dry season where we have serious electricity shortage in our country, and watching out for all of those things as well. The overhead bridge, the overpasses, the construction is moving on steadily. I do have a bird's eye view because right before our office, you see a lot of work being done also around the Boulevard Junction end. And we're hoping that it serves the intended purpose of reducing the traffic congestion that we do have in our country. We're looking forward to the installation of street lights for safety purposes, and also to the enforcement of this thing that we're now seeing that is popping up and becoming a habit in our country, where people are consistently using the opposite lanes as if it's their own. When there is an exit that is further from where they want to turn, they will take the opposite lane because they do not want to go to the nearest exit or the exit that is a bit far to turn. So people now say, okay, I'll use the opposite lane because it's shorter to turn wherever it is I want to go. Enforcement has got a lot of money. The police is enforcing and they're giving out the tickets the right way and punishing violators, and they pay their fines and the rest. You have a lot of money and people will be deterred. Someone said in America and other advanced countries, people do not want to respect laws, but they do know the consequences that come with disrespecting the laws. And hence they have to, because when you are given a ticket of $200 or $300, you wouldn't do it again. And traffic enforcement is very key Boom breaker, it seems to be something. They say when you see the leopard start doing the day, then something happening. You're something chasing or chasing after something. Why are you early this night? Why are you so early?
It's why? Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm 10 minutes early. Whenever I see Kanye back in the bag, I want to come on before him. Listen, Darius, please. I mean, Jane, I'm Dama. Tell all your staff not to bring Kanye on till I'm on the show. He's a destroyer. We cannot accept that. He's a destroyer. I'm getting information. I'm the only person can quiet him down. So please don't bring him on till I'm on. But I'm on early because it's a lot of developing story, Dama. Since last night, things been taking place rapidly. Dama, how you doing today?
I'm good. Answering you for the 7th time in a day. I'm okay.
But if the bad thing again, if I check on you, Dama?
No, that's not bad thing. It's a good thing.
You are the deputy managing director for the network that the Liberian people love to listen to.
You know how many calls I got when you made that announcement? One of my other uncles follow show.
And I heard that you got a big increase. I'm not going to say the amount. That's not my business. It's confidential. And they
I can you say it's confidential when you come out and announce an increase. Then what's confidential about that?
I'm not calling the amount, but I can say increase. Increase can be by $1, $2. You know, I'm not calling the amount down, right?
It has big increase.
Yeah, but I know it's not dollar though, except you want me to announce it. But I don't think Madam Titi said anything to me yet. So we'll leave that one. But that was something is happening in Liberia though. Something is seriously happening in Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing something strange. I'm hearing, strange things happening in Liberia. Number one, the CDC said they're going to the party headquarters. That's the wrong party headquarters. That's the right one. You had a great interview today with the chairman on the building committee. They canceled our former speaker, Jim Fodati Kofa. Granted, he said the Liberian people will wait for Saturday the 18th. We saw the former president, George Minor Bagugbe Dato. We are there today. He was doing final inspection, taking measurements here and there with the engineers, I heard. They man took the how you call that long thing that you can measure from some
tip measure or the tip rule or how you want to call it.
Yeah, the ruler, the measuring, the whatever. So we had today. We're playing that video, and again, it's great. It's great to know. It's great to know that seditions are in Zico, but yet and still, Dama, they are warring. You got to understand this now. Sedition want to jubilate, but they are acting like Dalton Thomas. I think that was his name, Thomas, right?
Yeah. So
he said, "I see."
Meter.
Huh?
The measure thing in Dakar meter.
Yeah, they will call that one. The Thomas said, "I see the side of Jesus, and in his spine, I will not believe that he's raising." So seditions are in that space, saying that they want to see. Clear, before they believe that they will be having a groundbreaking ceremony. Listen, go ahead.
We have a saying in Liberia when you see laser, you can start being afraid. So they've had an experience with the issue of light.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Up again, it has created some doubt, even though their leaders are doing everything possible to continue to have the momentum up there at the brim. That's the reason former President Weah went there to visit the site. Is a PR confirmation thing that our standard bearer is even visiting the site, so it shows that this thing is in the bag and it's gotten. Yeah, so we're looking for the end of this matter, how it's going to be, because now on the land we're hearing multiple parties claiming that they are the owners of this particular property.
Yeah, but who owns Papa's land? Who owns, it's a good question though. And again, the Liberian people decide. I am not a sedition. I am not against CDC. I got a lot of family members. I got a lot of friends and relatives that support the CDC agenda. I respect them. I got a lot of political friends, on the other side. I do respect them. We are all Liberians. But we will get deeper in the story. I received information concerning Safi Edward Singh, the man that is saying that he owns the land. and Eugene Nambwe will order 5,000 from him or whatsoever that story where we will discuss it. I believe they asked him not to appear on Spoon tonight, but we still, working and talking to him. But Diamond, though, some other development here, right? Let's talk about the dismissal of Chris Young, right? Listen, this guy, they call him scientist, they call him a doctor, whatever his credential carry. He was let go today by President Jose Yuman Bwaka from Enfield, right? Why? And not only him, this other gentleman, his name is Dr. Adam, as well, he was let go. It's a big thing. Something happened since last year about stolen vehicles, ambulance, and whatsoever. And we ran with that story. But after thorough investigation, we can confirm, after thorough investigation, the case was taken to court. That way, you know that?
Mm.
Oh yeah, the investigation led to indictment. The investigation came to a place that people need to understand. 6 or 7 individuals were sent to court. Some of them still on the run. This is big. But one thing we can announce, and we'll tell the Liberian people today, that Chris Young, we can say, he wasn't in compliance with the board. He wasn't in compliance with the board. He wasn't working along with the board. And this thing, and listen, guys, share the show. You will enjoy the show today. We will tell you the story that led to the dismissal of these 2 people. You have to share the show. But not only that, though, I'm still going ahead to say, well, what's going on with the Prince Johnson family? The late PYJ. We received document that the children now is taking their mother to court. PYJ children taking their mother to court. Say, don't sell any of our father property. This thing, then she's going to sell the property for $8 million, whatever. She said, no, the insurance saying no. We will discuss it also. We'll discuss the fact that this is happening in Liberia, okay? I see the writing report over there. The last, what's this? Okay, so that Calabash. Remember, you bring the Calabash picture for you. You're picking it up. You get no good picture for the mayor brother make Calabash picture. Okay, so
not good picture. You put your own Calabash picture there.
No, but I mean, hey man, you want to put everybody on me now? I know about this Calabash picture, man. That me, seriously speaking. But you guys, you got back.
I just want to go back to the Calabash picture for a minute. When you used to take a picture in the 70s and the 80s, in the early 90s at this time.
The men are old, man. That how you went back to squat, people might take a picture squatting. That picture, yeah. But we discuss this, but it's also concerning that the family taking, the children taking the mother, the widow of Prince Johnson to court. Say don't sell our fatherland. This is, I'm feeling so bad about this. Seriously, I don't even want to discuss this, but I have to because that's the best we can do. Okay, so we're going to move ahead now. My stuff not moving. What are you doing to me here?
My hands here, Chief. How can I
influence? But that's not cool, though.
Device way in America.
Why my stuff not moving, Damo? All right, Damo, take call. Let me work on this thing. Let you try to put me in some situation here. So don't forget now, we get the other story about Hotel Africa. Sir Joseph will be calling on the show, right? He got to be speaking to the nation tonight, telling the nation what he's doing. Because you know what? Over 78,000 people in that district. The second largest district in Moserato. If this government go as planned to remove those people, this government should case that district goodbye 2029. What will you put 25,000 people down on? You just kick them up and tell them, say, your goal. We're feeling where you're. I mean, I'm serious. What will you put down?
A compensation package, that was negotiated. Let me play the devil's advocate for a bit. If the project there is going to provide more benefits, I understand people need to have a shelter, but if it's going to provide more benefits to the Republic of Liberia and its government's property, to evict people should come with a compensation that they can be able to find places to go, but it's equally within the purview to reclaim government property. We've seen that all around, and even private individuals claiming their property.
I will agree with you, But
Yeah.
I would just interrupt you and say that's not how to do it.
Mhm.
Okay? We want investment. We want an investor to come. We want to build Liberia. But above all, the people's first. Okay? You bring your investor, we don't know who your ghost investors are. You give them portion of the place. You compensate those people if you want them to leave, people that are near the road. But we're discussing, we listen to Sir Joseph.
That's why I'm interested in knowing
Yeah.
what is involved in the entire eviction thing.
So you
Whether-
didn't listen to the public work minister that said they got nothing? He's the whole public work minister, Roland Guinness. You didn't listen to him? But I mean, this is goodbye and argue with the government like every other government. So we're going to discuss it. But you know what? I'm sorry for taking 11 minutes of your time. Go back to the people. You know, something wrong with my eye and my computer not connecting. It looked like I have an eye problem. Whenever I talk about certain individual in the government like Mo Ali, then they attack my vision. I'm serious. I don't trust Mo Ali, Sekou Duplé, Stephen Johnson.
Have you mentioned Mo Ali on the show since we got on?
Did he?
No, you did not.
Oh, maybe because I texted him and I spoke to him today. Maybe that's why. So I got to stop speaking to those guys, right? I think they try to temper my vision. You know Mo Ali from Cape Man now. You know that, right?
So what about people from Cape Man?
Cape Man / Lebanon. Cape Man / Lebanon. So I got to be careful with Mo Ali. But we send a shout out to our man Mo, and we send a shout out to the rest of the crew out there. It's going to be a wonderful show today, folks. Share the show. We got everything you need to know. We'll be speaking to the Honorable Sir Joseph tonight. We're also going to be talking about the Enfield dismissal. Indeed, President Bouaka, I think, damn it, the president did the right thing. And I will give you a reason why. And president also dismissed Adam, the deputy. We got a lot of stories coming your way. I'm going through the stories. I hope we'll be able to get them all. Let me excuse you for a bit. I'll be right back. Let me take some eye medication, put some eye drop in my eye. Because
medication, man. I don't know. You can tell them what to do when you come out. I caught the bed. The medication tend to play the potatoes green. All right, 077771075 05551101075. Those are the numbers to call and tell us what's on your mind. Let's take this first person here. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you live. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Shukun Marathi, calling from Delhi.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
Chukun,
brother.
please. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you live. Please go ahead. Okay, we lost stroke on there. 07777 1075 05551101075. Hello.
Hello, good evening to Spoon FM family and good evening to my loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you, dear brother and friend Damon Slanka in studio in Liberia. The name remains constant Efanso AF Camara once again our Spoon Network talk show, our lovely station. I am speaking tonight directly to the Unity Party-led government and to our many listeners, Liberians around the world and in Liberia. The causes today we are faced with calamitously caused Unity Party-led government for 2006 when they took over the state power up to 2005, 18 years. And those today we classify in our society Zogos, Zoglis, and whatever adjectives we use to describe them, it's come from the arm or Unity Party. Because if you take your statistic, most of our brothers and sisters today in the street, they from that range is they are 18, 19, 20. So tell me, who are damaged this country? My mothers, listen to me. The causes our story to be like this today is caused by Unity Party-led government. They have spent 20 years now present in government, and when they go to 18 years, what they have achieved. No accountability, no competition for the Liberian people. Look at the injustice is over our country so dearly.
Okay, Alfonso, it's just 1 minute per caller so that we can take orders.
Multi-million house country. They say they don't know who is paying it. Walker denying the allegation and his spokesperson of the president. Kula Popana.
Okay, Alfonso, we have to leave it at that, sir. At least you've gone 3 minutes.
Serious alternative. And it's not being coming. Come on October 10, 2029.
Thank you. All right, Alfonso, thank you. Let's take another person here, at least 1 minute. Give the others opportunity to speak as well. Just go straight to your point. Hello. Yes, sir, you're live. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Emmanuel say I call from Bolova opposite Osari School.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my consent to net that to do with the way in which CEO and other panelists conducting the show now. They're conducting a show now with no fact. They just take information from here and there. And then at the end of the day,
when you say no facts, sir, have you been able to excuse me, sir? Have you been able to fact check what has been said on the show to come up and say there's no facts?
Hello?
Yeah, you said no facts. So I'm asking you, have you been able to fact check information on the show to come up and say yes, indeed, what has been said is not factual, or are you just speaking from your understanding?
Of course, I'm not just speaking, Damo. The last time CEO discovered that some of the accused of capital they asked on that he brought information or that documents, they torture the people, they sodomize some of them. At that time, they did not even go on here, but CEO was discussing that issue.
There was, according to the doctor information, some of the injuries there has semblances of torture, but sodomy wasn't confirmed because the subjects didn't submit themselves to be tested for that.
It was not factual. At that time,
okay, sir.
At that time, the tests are not going on yet. So I got the information that he was discussing.
All right, sir. We'll take your opinion into consideration. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to really check the information and put in the public.
Thank you.
The last time again was the lower minister again.
All right, sir. We have to leave it at that 1 minute per caller and take the next person. Hello, your name and where you calling us from? Hello. Hello, your name and where you calling us from? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you calling us from, sir?
My name remains MC2. I'm calling from Toronto.
Please go ahead. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, all right. Tamon, thank you for the show tonight. You know, my take out to do the Makande Senator Samuel Koga. You know, Samuel Koga will be the guy who will shot himself in the election, and at the end of the day, he will regret. You see, the Bible verse says, it is the man here make room for him and put in people great things. You see, what we see or the senator here today, it was because of true humanitarian sake and kind of way he is. Not forgetting about the present vice president.
Okay.
He was so humble to Senator Bree Johnson that there when he is today, like humble taking there. So if Samuel Koga want to lay on the other thinking that he can institute himself, he will be lying to himself. It's true of Nima Kante hoping the best for him. Take the first seat council to the man.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody should blame him. Should blame him and support the Nima politics. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. 077771075, 0555101075. Those are the numbers to call. Let's take this next person. Hello. Hello. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Yeah, hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you joining us from, please?
Yeah, my name is Chokomat, calling from here, Debbie.
Go ahead, Choko.
I'm concerned with doing but man, that here, Debbie Hospital there. Our president passing there every day. People go to that health center for treatment and treatment. And we're talking about malaria and treatment around us here. See how the people fans looking the front part of that place, and that the main road there, road that where investors then come and see and pass. You see, and look at the fence of that in front of the fence, and look at how the fence are looking. All that move. Why the government can tell the people to face that place, to pass that place and pin that fence.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your observation. Breaker, you back?
Damo, can you share the link? The guys are saying the link is not in the chat room.
I'll do that again, but it's there.
Yeah, I know. They listen. They don't want to go way back. They get a 300 message. But that one, I took my medicine, my eye drop, and I'm good. I took my eye drop.
So where's that one? So what's down the share you had one earlier?
Yeah, so you gotta change your share. But you know, when you take the hard drive, you gotta go like this down, you gotta pull your, and something. So it's good. I took my hard drive, I'm good now. I'm back. We are in Zico, folks. Continue to share the show. Let me make progress tonight. Oh my God. I'm gonna go ahead and take your call, man. I'm forgetting one thing real quick.
All right. So go back to the phone lines and for a minute. Just give me a minute, folks. Let me do this right here, and we'll definitely go back to the lines and take as many calls as we can until Mr. Witherspoon gets back. Hello, your name and where you calling us from? Hello, you live on the line, please. Your name and where you calling us from? Okay, so that person is not ready. 077771075, 05551101075. The WhatsApp number is also pinned. You can use that to call. Hello.
Good evening, Damo.
Yes, sir. Your name and where you calling us from?
Thank you. I joined from District 9 and I remain civilized basketball pro defender. Damo, you see in this country, especially to our government officials who can come to power, when they come in, they will say all those ingredients to us that they are righteous. They can change the dynastic of the country. In fact, the country will be turned to heaven. What will be fine? Go and save our country. But my talking point go on to the current temporary of the country, Senator Nyambikanga Lawrence and Senator Delon. If we can retrospect doing the best president ever in our history of our country.
Sir, boy, you have to go straight to the point, sir. We do not have the luxury of time.
Thank you. Nyambikanga move for the rape issue business case. Yeah, they don't were black. They were black. They protection for rape against or rape. But today, in the government, when Nyambikanga Lawrence, Senator Nyambikanga said as a pro-temporary, and Senator Delon, one of the de facto president of the country, today, only the while we are seeing they are raping the 14-year-old children. Some of we are telling our daughters didn't leave our home until our second on the road because when they will rape them and they come and rescue them and rape. And today, Nyambikanga can't talk.
All right, sir. Your point is well made.
That was against a rape. But today, everything is rosary in your dominant. So get up.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cyril Bassa boy. We have to leave it there at least so that we can allow others the opportunity to speak. Let's speak to this person on the WhatsApp line. Hello.
Yeah, I'm on Water Journal calling from Houston, Texas.
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Donald, my issue tonight is the issue the other day you discussed concerning Hotel Africa. Right? Yeah, in Hotel Africa over there, we have villa and all area around there beside the hotel. Yeah, so what my issue here is where people live at the villa area where we already said to hotel already built when the hotel was functioning because around that area around the 90s.
Okay, that's why you want to know if some of the people were living in those villas and what are yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. Let's take this next person here. Hello, you live on the line. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Nathaniel V. Williams, Liberians to Rwanda currently. Yeah, so my issue is with the Africa issue because I want to know what actually going on there because I've been following Spoon Network and then I've been hearing that the government is about to remove over 10,000 human beings from there. And we the public don't even know the kind of company or the kind of I don't even know about to refer to that about to bring in the investment there. So can the government come up clearly to tell the people the company that is coming and what benefit the citizens stand to gain, so at least we can know what's happening? Because in this government, it's so frustrating that we have our information minister and deputy just there insulting people. Why you got poor and you and your CEO? Why you got really poor? We confused.
Okay, thank you.
Man, I like that guy, Dama. Tell you he included you, so I'm not alone. You also part of this thing, Dama. I really do. I appreciate at least I got one person in my corner that is included in what you put us in. So I'm not even a person. So I do appreciate that quarter, you know. Also, you know, but you know what, Dharma?
No, sir.
We rescued the nation. Be proud of it. Everyone that supported Joseph Imam Boakai did the right thing at the time. Don't blame yourself. We did the right thing at the time. I want every Liberians to be proud for supporting Joseph Imam Boakai, removing the former president, George Manuel Weah. The question you should ask yourself, can we do that again? There must be a reason why over 800,000 people went to the poll to vote. The people look at their condition at the time. They look at their lives at the time. They told Kanye Babala, you were wrong. You told us to vote for Joe Biden, where we said no, we're voting for Joseph Imam Boakai. They were right. I was right. To propagate, whether you say that lie, that true, in the middle, I was right. I am proud. And I will forever be grateful to the Liberian people that they listen to a little voice for no patron, that spoke to the nation, say, please consider Joseph Imam Boakai. As the condition shows the problem at the time, and you can speak to the good counselor here, he will tell you, and we've made the case. At least, but a little over 20,000 people believe our message to make Joseph Imam Boakai president. Now, can we do that again? That's the question we'll be asked in 2029. So nobody should regret their action or their inaction or the decision they took to make Joseph Imam Boakai president. Do not regret. Don't never blame yourself. But I want to sit down, and that's why I like to have you on the show, because I have some good conversation with you. And, you know, unlike, you know, some sedition. I believe these are sedition in disguise. Kanye is. But Kanye say he's a sedition, so he's saying he's not running away from being a CDC. And, you know, Kev Hassan is a weirship, a diehard weirship. And, you know, but that's my thing. If you tell me and Dama Snanger, an entire Spoon Network, to blame you for giving us Joseph Imam Boakai, I'm happy. I'm proud. I'm Black. I'm an African. I'm happy. But can we do it again? It depends. Dama.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. I like the way we have our uniform on. And Tipo Dempster is saying, oh, Diamond, this country is gullible. Don't remain silent on the issue. People can choose to believe whatever they want to believe. I'm associated with this network. I have been associated with this network since 2019 from its formation. So there's no way you can say, okay, yes, the network was involved and this person wasn't involved. It's left with you how you want to do it. That's your take on it. But we all do have our political choices. This network respects who we are. We are not aligned because the CEO is aligned with a particular position, so you must follow. We even issued a statement at one point in time on one of our colleagues that we respect individualism, but we also respect professionalism. So there is no way I can say I was coerced or I've been coerced to go a line that I haven't chosen. So if someone says because Diamond works with the Spoon Network and we all want to put them in a bracket, well, I can't tell you what to think and how to think. So I just wanted to say
you're right. You know, and listen, Diamond, but you know, and the entire staff know, and Kanye have read, Kev has signed, and all of them. I do not ask any one of you guys to follow my lead.
Nope, you don't.
Nah, I will not do that because I like fighting. I like, you know, confusion. So if you follow me all the time, do what I say, I get very with you. I want you to fight. I want you to be free. I want you to support your opposition party. And when we get in our chat room, I want to be able to convince you. Tell me something I don't know. Let me convince you. Let me bring you on my side. We have people coming on the network, they were for this person, that person. We convinced them and they supported Joseph Human Boycott because that's what we're good at. Look at Fadiga. He came on the show. We quietly convinced Fadiga we're buying a one-way ticket to go see Joseph Boycott in Minnesota. A whole hard chain. That was the end of that story. Must I name them again? Somebody will tell Fadiga that we get filmed. Look at Ed Remy Gray. He coming on tonight. Ed Remy Gray came from another political party. We make the case. We convince Ed Remy Gray. He supported Joseph Yiman Boycott. Look at Fagon. He was a seditious. Kev said, don't understand and don't understand. Dave Fagon appeared. He had to change your mind. Eugene Fagon today to LBS. He supported Joseph Yiman Boycott. Should I continue? This is what you do. Look at my brother Dwalu. I spoke to Dwalu today, by the way. We spoke for 20 minutes or so. Look at my brother Dwalu. Dwalu came with different political ideas. We convinced Dwalu, and today Dwalu is propagating for Joseph Yiman Boycott. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. I'm not calling no female the I'm getting problem yet. Let me stay with the bill there. And then, yeah, Cairo, and again, Ben will lecture. Then you go post female in anything, they will kill you. But Kev, you know that, Kev. The only person I'm saying working on is Kev Hassan. You have for me to convince him. Then you don't lie on me. That's the only person I'm still working on.
One of my greatest regrets, I took Fagon to Stanton House. They played checker. After that checker game, that was it.
Oh, you let to confuse me with checker. I remember when you were playing checker.
You were playing checker.
But that's how you do it. You gotta convince your opponent, right? Don't insult them.
No.
Don't fight with them. Convince them to come on your side. Tell me something I don't know. Then they can say what they want to say. My job is to convince you that once you come on this set, you must support my interest, because Spoon Talk is a political arena, not the network, not with the staff. On this show, I must convince you. It's going to get heated, of course. People listen to us back home. I should make the case for my candidate. And at the time, morning, evening, night, I make the case for Joseph Yiman Boycott. When Captain was sleeping, we were wishing at night, flying around in Liberia, making the case. When Johnson Chelsea had no players around, we were making the case. How can somebody stay outside of the country and convince the whole country is fully by the grace of God?
Yeah,
that the people listen to us.
Yeah, but Stanton, who we depend on? Who we depend on to counter you? It was Kanyo. He was the guy that
we keep going at Kanyo until the end of the.
He was right. Kanyo was a spokesman. He was a spokesperson.
He wanted this man to counter. He allowed Stanton.
Kev, that wasn't the mistake. The greatest mistake, one of the greatest mistakes.
Damo, relax.
Jeff, you neglected this platform.
Damo, I was working right under this man.
Kev, just stop. Don't embarrass the CDC.
This man.
Kev, anytime you and Jeff start dating, it doesn't end well. Don't embarrass the CDC. I beg you. I'll hold you.
You forced to talk. You can't wait.
No, but
you're not talking.
Jeff, I appointed you to the campaign management team. You know that.
That's not an issue.
But that's an issue. Guys, let's do it one at a time. Kev, finish up. This is just a prelude, guys. We get 6 more minutes. Kev, finish up.
Yeah, but kind of we were appointed for the
Kev John Society. Me and my fraternity brother. He got get something.
Let him have the chance to speak. We'll come.
We were following your lead. You were our spokesman. We were following your lead. You remember every platform you go, I will call you. We're following your lead, right? But hey, Stanton dominated you, my brother, and that's the fact. And that led us to lose the propaganda war, to lose the war, because Stanton was firing.
Let me give a chance to speak on this. You hit him so hard, and I think the Liberian people won. It's not Stanton. We are humble to be the conduit of the messaging, but I think the Liberian people won, and we gave it to God first and the Liberian people. Kanye, what say you? Is Kev Hassan right?
Well, Stanton, first thing is that I will give you your props. You are an exceptionally smart and brilliant person. In fact, you know, of late since I came on the show, I've been going to bed late. So my wife asked me, why could you really talking on that show in that, you know, Zimbabwean accent? So I said, like, I try to explain what Spoon is all about and everything, you know, about it. Then she said, but who's the host? And I try to characterize you because that's a conversation she and I will always have. I said, he's a peculiar guy. I don't know how to describe him, but he knows opportunity. He knows when to jump in. He knows the prompts. And I think he's very smart. Like, I don't know him personally, but I think he's smart. And I think that's part of the allure of your platform, Stanton. And let me give it to you. No one thought you would outclass, you know, my brother Costa when you arrived. And in no time, I think you retired the Costa show. You know, if those who followed public information really follow it, they would tell you that. But to, you know, to Kev's thing, how can Kev be accusing me when he was one of those who abandoned this network at some point in time and went somewhere else? You know, how do you make that kind of accusation against me? You were here all along. And look, like I said, I don't respond to certain things unless I am probed or provoked. But Kev knew very well part of his abandonment of this network was because of the decree that was issued, where we counter-argue that every platform that is important to make our case as the CDC, we should be there. Kev and others, when they issue that decree, and he know what I'm talking about, that said, don't engage. And he was one of those who abandoned efforts and became one of the most vociferous critics internally against engaging with Spoon. Then how can Kev come back here today and say, but why weren't you there? How can I be there, Kev, when you were our person there and you abandoned it and went somewhere else? Then you say I should go there against the decree, and you know who issued the decree. I will not call the person name, but you know where the decree came from. So let's be honest, my brother. Let's not play that game. But beyond that, you know, Stanton, I think you've demonstrated staying power. And one of the things, like you said, to people shouldn't be regretful of the results of the elections. I agree with you. I think elections are a point in time and people make decisions based on what they believe in then. At that point in time, I firmly believe that President Weah should continue as president. Like you pointed out, the Liberian people spoke, and we have a new president. And I want this president to succeed. You know, I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. And Kev, others, look, we need to get to a place where it's not about private pecuniary financial gain. Let the country move forward. What I like about Stanton is, look, he may have a position now that the country must improve and that he disagrees with anything with the government, but he gives all of us, including me, who have made a position that I will support the president, to come here and state my views about that. I think that's the beauty of it. But don't be apologizing when you are part of the decision that stopped us from coming to Spoon at a very critical point in time. You were part of that decision that issued a decree and banned everybody. And if Jeff wants to be honest, he can talk about it. I appointed Jeff to the campaign management media committee as spokesperson of the campaign. He was integral in that process. Jeff knows this. He's sitting right there. Jeff, why we didn't come to Spoon? Why are you on Spoon today? You know what was said and what was agreed. How can Kev come here and make these kinds of statements when he was already here? But anyway, let's move forward. That part of it. The country got to move forward.
We still got a few more minutes here. When I love conversation. Wait. You told your own now. The better your own was more. Let's ask the master question. We'll come to you and Johnson will explain. Kev told me 3:29 p.m. on a Wednesday, leaving from my office in New Jersey. Kev called me. I was getting in my car. I said, Kev, what happened? Kev said, you know how you can talk, right? He's trying to formulate a good way to tell me. He said, what I'm about to say have come from the highest up. That's what he meant, the highest up. He said the very top. I said, who on the very top beside Jawea? Is that Jawea? He said, no. But at the top. I said, at McGill? He said, no. I said, at Samuel Tway? He said, no. I said, but then who on the top now? Because I need the people that are so be on the top. And he said, but let me say what I want to say. You know, I can't continue with the network. I said, can we show? He said, yeah. I said, that's your best decision. He said, well, Stanton, you're my brother, that I'm me saying it, but you know, I'm squeezed. I can't. The people don't want me there. I can't. I'm giving you the time, and I better look at my phone because I mark it down. But one thing I took care, I said, this is the greatest decision to ask you guys not to come and Spoon Talk in favor of the Unity Party government, and this will haunt you guys. And I took care of that, and we talk other stuff, and I was done. So who's the highest top? He said not Joey, not McGill, not Samuel Tway. But then who? But I know who because I received the information. Please don't call the name. Bygone is bygone. We pass it, we move on. But I think you're right. I think that was a mistake on you guys' part.
Let me say this, right? That was one of the worst decisions that I ever made. Worse, to abandon a platform that we created. That was the worst decision. I will never make that decision anymore. That decision boiled down to me. I take full responsibility of that decision. It's my fault. It's nobody in CDC fault because I should know better. It's my fault. I take that responsibility. And I regret my decision. That's all I would say. I regret my decision. It's the worst I ever made in my life.
Yeah. So that won't go in the history book now. Joseph Boakai won the election.
But then CEO, you see, Kev can admit this. Then he and Jeff will come here. They say I was the worst performing spokesperson. When you know, it's so interesting, right? Look, there's one thing I will say here, right? I remember Senator McGill said this. In fact, at the time when Kevin others were reaching that decree, Senator McGill was very clear. He said, "No, we must continue to engage with Spoon." He was very clear. And Kev then decided that no.
Yes, he said that. Yes, that's true.
He said that. And I remember that very well.
I was supporting
but you
on that.
people said no. Then you come, you accuse me now, poor me. You know, it's so interesting. Anyway,
we wanted you to come to Spectrum. We wanted you to come to Spectrum. You couldn't.
Let me finish speaking now. For me, I say, we are in a new dispensation, right? We all want the best for the country. What I will advise you, Jeff, and Carlos on this platform is be objective. You know, just be objective. Certain things are criticizable. We agree. Certain things are just not criticizable. But you can't just come, you know, with that whole Jeff by two key words that incompetent and ignorance. Every day, if he say the two words, then he ain't say nothing on the show. We got to just be objective. And for me, look, I want the president to succeed. It's good for our country. Enough for personal reasons.
So, Kanyo, let me ask you one question. Your objectivity is just on one side, right? You sat here, you defended the Ministry of Information, you defended Daniel Sano and his boss for insulting every other person. You defended that. But then when it comes to Yeke, then you say Yeke shouldn't be insulting. Is that not hypocrisy? How can you even say that? Can you not objective? Can you? There's nothing you have spoken against this government, against all the wrongs they've done.
Are you asking a question?
I'm not asking, I'm telling you the fact. You have never, you have never condemned all the ills of this government. You support them. You support everything. They insult other leaders. You say, yeah, they're right to insult. But when it comes to other people, you say, no, they're not supposed to insult. Is that objectivity?
Jeff, before you guys go, let me Damon, let me make one thing clear because I'm listening to the live. Let me make one thing clear.
Yeah, Kev, go ahead. Before we bring on Mr. Russell.
This is a network that we the Spoon Talk. We started Spoon Talk. It's no reason I was supposed to leave it. That's the reason I'm saying I regretted why, because this is our baby. We brought this network. This Spoon Talk. We put fire in the country. We did everything. We brought the government to the people. We did everything. We were one of a kind in Liberia. Liberia, I've never seen this kind of thing before. We did it to abandon something that we fixed, we created, we brought in Liberia. So it was foolish for me to abandon stuff that we created, right? It was foolish, and that's why I regret of doing that. And I will say I blame myself. I don't blame. This is not about CDC. CDC don't have anything to do with this. This is me. It's my responsibility. I should have known that.
No, but you can say that, Kev, because you and I know the conversations that were had. You didn't leave because absolutely you wanted to leave. You left because of the decision that was reached. And I remember we went back to back and we said it was important to still have a voice. You were decided that you wanted to leave. And all of you issued that decree that banned all of us from coming to Spoon. Why you think Jeff only on Spoon now at this point in time? Jeff couldn't come here earlier. He could have. But that decree, and I remember Senator McGill saying this, Kev, may I finish, please? I remember Senator McGill saying this very clearly. You know, say what you may about Senator McGill, but I can tell you he's one person who understands a lot about personal relationships. And he said that. And you people, you, Kevin in particular, you went against that. You all went against it. So you don't start playing the blame game about who did what, whatever. Let me progress. President Boakai is president. Let the country move forward. We want him to succeed.
Yeah, but that President Boakai wants to succeed at your own thing you want there now.
You want to.
But I'm talking your own too, and you can condemn everything every day.
You walk
and come to your party. Continue.
I support President Boakai to succeed. I'm very clear about that.
Can you? Where your party right now? He disappointed in you.
Yeah, I know what happened there.
You'll continue the conversation later. We have to yeah, CEO, you can take over, sir.
Thank you very much, Dama. Thank you, guys. It's good to have us to discuss preliminarily the importance of network in the country. This is what we do. We want to invite all of you. Please go ahead and share the show. It's just something I forgot the time. Dama said 2019. Who? I remember when we were there 2018 or so.
We started work 2018.
Yes.
Yes. We went on air 2019. Remember, I did the first interview with you.
You did.
And you had a lot of things to say. Most of the things you said, yes, it did happen. And it's been good. The journey has been good. We've had our own difficult period along the way, but these are things that forge us into who we are. You know,
you're right, Diamond. And you know, I went to Boulevard Parties after 20-some years, and welcome to the show, Winfred Russell. I'm not going to welcome Vendetta Patrick, but I went to the show, and to be frank with all of you, though, in the evening, right, Winfred. In the evening, I started listening to love songs, like Lionel Richie's, and you know, Stuck on You. Got a feeling that's under my soul.
You always had a story.
I like nothing. The whole evening, nothing. The whole country just cool, like we in song in our church service. I was like, seriously? Then I began to formulate within my mind. So we need to do something. And thank God for Ashford the Giant Galley, you know. When we sat together and he flew over to New Jersey. He came in my office. We sat down with the Reverend Charles Lever Mountain, and we discussed with other people. We said there's a need that we change the atmosphere in Liberia and make it more political. Politics is not only at the 7 p.m. news. No, politics should be beyond the 7 p.m. ELBC news. And that's when we got into it. And thank God, though. But let me correct this. We didn't remove Henry Costa. Henry Costa remains giant when it comes to the news issue in the country. And I respect him. I don't want anybody to think that Spoon removed Henry Costa. He's my dear friend and brother. He got a power. He got a voice. And I do believe that Costa will be back. You know, and we went well during the election. When he was for and against, we still, you know, he did his thing. And the network, there's no competition with any network. We respect every institution in the country. I just want us, maybe on Sunday, all the network leaders should sit and we will discuss Liberia. The print media, you know, all different social media outlets, you know, how you call him, our dear friend Rockland CA, you know, Mountain Colley, and Julius Jed, Sheku Sherry, all of them, you know them. They should come over and sit down and talk about Liberia. Dudu from the investigator. It will make our country better. It will. So let's stop this yama play and think that we're fighting each other. We are not. No political party should stay away from approaching the media. No, you destroy your party. Don't do that. We have our disagreement that beyond Jade, that's okay. But we got to fight for our people. We got to elevate the conversation. We played a video here yesterday from concerning the CDC party headquarters. It went crazy today. But guess what happened? I spoke to Seditians. We got to fight to make our country better. It's not about your education. It's not because you're a counselor or doctor or scientist. No. Be very simple. Simplicity. Speak the people language. Tell them who you are. Be truthful to them. And by doing this and this alone, you will hold the lawmakers accountable. You will hold them responsible for destroying the district or the county. You will hold the government responsible if the government failed. Somebody said, oh, you can talk to Jeremiah. You don't want me to talk? I talk to Jeremiah. I talk to President Burger. I talk to all of them, but I come on the show and I beat on them. That's the way it should be. What's up? And by the way, I can say to everybody, I text everybody. I text opposition leaders. So I would say to all of you, man, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is the Spoon Talk Share the Show. Producing tonight is His Excellency, the Deputy Managing Director of the Spoon Network, Diamond and Slanger, they call him the BBT. Again, we're happy to have you producing today. I want to say also, Councillor Kano, Councillor, I got to pull. I'm sure. You know what? I can put two CB up, but I got to demote you, Councillor. The former lawmaker gets seniority over you. You Johnny just come. I got to put you down.
I'm a big brother there, man. Let him go ahead.
You don't want cause problem.
You keep your comrade CEO. Is that why you treat your comrade CEO? You keep your comrade CEO in the peel?
I mean, you're a fake CEO, man.
Is that what you do?
To be correct, though, to be correct, we have the former councilman. But wait, now let's talk. Wait, but man, you can talk plenty. You can listen, man. You get, my man. That's the problem. Every Liberian have for you. You have for you to listen. A lot of people approach me and say you can interrupt too bad.
Wait now, you don't want to see me here? I'm talking to Kev, then you want to make things. Why do you get angry when I'm talking?
Your talking irritates me.
No, but because you think that what I say is cacophonious. That's wrong.
No. Look at it. Look at it.
Yeah, attacks. CEO. You don't want to show tonight.
You know what? Let me say something with me, man. After all the attack, the CEO of your man, But let me leave the man alone. I'm a junior CEO. Let me leave you alone.
No, but you know what made me can get upset with you, Vandella? That day for that protest, our only phone was Stanton. I was preaching for you. I said, Vandella, going to come back with a group. So I said, you sure? I said, man, going to come back. You were gone. You can't. Man, we're gone. I was fighting Stanton.
I didn't bring anything up. I didn't.
No, I mean,
I was attacking you. You sure?
Remember, we got to go in our show. We got a lot to cover today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We got a lot to cover today. Let's welcome the Honorable Akaris Bose Gray. It's good to have you. The Honorable former Councilman Winfred Russell. It's good to have you, Winfred. Let's bring in Jefferson Chesson as always. Kev Hassan, thank you for coming. Kefiko. Vendetta Patrick, CEO Regroup. It's good to have you, sir. The Councillor, Kano Bagbala. I heard information that Councillor Bagbala have never practiced before the Supreme Court or any court. So we ask Kanyo, can you give us any one of the cases that were before the Supreme Court or any one of the court that you took there? You actually, you represented any one of those cases as a legal representative.
Thank you, Stanton. What is your definition of the practice of law?
I don't know. You're the lawyer. I say, have you presented any one of those cases in front of the Supreme Court or in any court?
And I responded to that question and I said yes. But now you come back and you say, have you practiced? And so I ask you, what is the definition of practice?
Can you give us any one of the cases you practiced before the Supreme Court?
Do you want documentation or you want me to say offhand?
No, you can say it, then you send me the document later. Because Kev say I shouldn't believe you. Kev told me last night after the show, he said, I should not believe you. You have never practiced before any one of the courts.
Let me see.
I practiced various before the court. I've been before second court, death court.
Then wait for Councillor. Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I said. I've practiced before. I've had a case before the Supreme Court. I've had it before death court, circuit court, city court, magisterial court. I mean, I call specific names of cases, but yes, I've done that.
Okay. I believe you though. That kept wanting me to ask you.
You should believe me. Why wouldn't you believe me, CEO? You know what's happening to you?
Your partisan Kev Hassan say you're not saying the truth.
Yeah, I mean, how do you take Kev's word? But Kev, let me speak now. The CEO asked me a question. CEO,
Kev, stop. Let the man explain. You accusing him, so let's hear him.
CEO, over time on this platform, one thing you will recognize is that Kev and the rest of the guy will condemn everything. And the problem they're having right now is that they can't handle Kano Bagbala. So the only way you think you can handle him is to try to delegitimize him. But it's impossible because the records are there. So Kev got to try again.
So let me say something, Stanton.
Real quick, we got to go.
I mean,
the strategy session was good.
Kanye is a smart guy, a good lawyer. But I think he's formed the centuries and started to support the Unity Party. He lost his, his bearing a bit. But beyond that, I think Kanye, he's a good guy, he's a good lawyer. He has been in the field of practice. I might not be able to lay my hand on a particular case that he represented before the Supreme Court, but I know from interacting with Kanye, he's a good lawyer. But he lost his bearing since he started this support to the Unity Party. But other than that, he's a good lawyer. I can tell you that. He's a good lawyer.
One thing I know about my good friends in the CBC, you support them today.
I dare Kanye on the show. I dare him to.
Okay, Kev, wait now. Let listen to that. I beg you, Kev.
But me, I let to put it in the hole. If you want dare me, let put money inside. CEO, we take it.
VP is speaking.
What I've learned in politics is that there are no permanent enemies. some time ago, 2017, Akara can attest, in the 12 years, our advocacy benefited the CDC consistently. In fact, 2017 election, we campaigned for you consistently. You won. But when you went on the other side, we start to hold you accountable. Oh, the people not clear. So there is something that's very consistent about seditions. When they go wrong and you critique them constructively and you proffer suggestions, they will not accept it. And that is bad. That is disingenuous. It has no political dividend. It is said that open rebuke is better than secret praises. If you had listened to some of the criticism from your very partisans while you were in power, but this time you are still being.
We having trouble with Vendetta Patrick. VP, go out and come back in. We having trouble with you. Go out, guys. Let's start the show. It's good to bring. So you guys, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You
Another assumption is cacophonic. The word he used on you, let me just put it right back to him. All right, because look, if we didn't like criticism, trust me, some of us would not be sitting here. We've been the most criticized government in the history of the country. The most criticized. The Western have been said. Okay? But the thing is that I wanted to speak on Kanye issue. We got to be real, gentlemen. Kanye is a very brilliant young man. Despite my own political disagreement on his positions, I don't think we'll sit on the show and try to bomb off him. Academically, I've been knowing Kanye from high school cathedral, from academic challenge all the way to the University of Liberia, despite my disagreement on his policy issues. But it would be wrong, seriously, for us to downplay his academic credential and his output and performance in high school. I mean, as a former classroom teacher, I can't do that. Our brilliant student would be praised despite that disagreement with us, but we have to say what they did. I just thought to add my voice on that.
Thank you very much. You want to say anything? Bigger, we got to go, sir. You want to say anything, Winfred Russell? Welcome to the show, Brother Russell. We got to start the program now.
Thank you. It's always great being here. Just want to say hi to all of our listeners out there and our viewers as well. But I want to give a special shout out to an organization that I was a member of when I was in high school, and it's still it's a very thriving and productive, and from my vantage point at least, a very important organization that I believe many Liberians don't know a lot about, and we need to start learning about this organization, embracing its mission and the values for which it stands for. And that organization is the Society for the Conservation of Nature of Liberia. So they've been around for a while and working to ensure the conservation of our natural resources, for wildlife, forest resources. And I just want to say shout out to all of the great people out there. They work behind the scenes. A lot of people don't know about them, but they're a very, very important and a cherished organization as far as I'm concerned. SCNL. They go by the initial SCNL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Let's start the show. The rest of the team will be joining us shortly. We got a lot of information coming in, a lot of information that the Liberian people, again, want to say thanks to all of you joining us every day to discuss issues concerning Mama Liberia. Because of you, we are here. Continue to share the show. Go on Facebook, go on YouTube, go on Instagram, find reason to follow us. Share it in all the WhatsApp group. Let's make progress. I welcome to the show the Honorable Karis Mose Gray, Winfred Russell, J. Jefferson Chesson, Kev Hassan, and the great counselor Kanu Bagbarat. It's always good to have you all. Let's make progress. Let me start the show in this direction, and for the sake of our audience. We received information today, a lot of different information. We're going to jump straight to the firing of the dismissal of Dr. Chris Duboyan. This is Dr. Chris Duboyan today, the president. see reason to dismiss Dr. Chris Duboyan, Enfield National Public Health Institute of the Republic of Liberia. Also, from the National Public Health Institute, the president dismissed Dr. Adam as well. What makes this so important? If you're following us by way of radio, you need to understand the National Public Health Institute, all right, since 2016, people fought to bring this to reality. And today, for so many reasons to save the institute, the president had to dismiss Dr. Adam and Chris Duboyan. As you can see here on the document, relief of their duty. Relief means they took them out. It's not suspension. They passed suspension and they dumped. They're finished. They're not coming back. Furthermore, with the remover of the Director General and his deputy, the president has directed that Dr. Siawata Kamano serve as interim Director General, officer in charge of Enfield. Now she's serving as interim. Who knows whether she's going to get this thing or whether the president will bring somebody else. Dr. Kamano is to coordinate and work collaboratively with Enfield Board, the Ministry of Health, other governments, agencies, and partners to ensure the institute's stability and continuity of operation until a new Director General is recruited. What's happened? How did we get here? Dr. Chris Duboyan, a scientist. People call him scientist, they call him doctor, whatever his credential may say. But how did we get here though? What makes this so important that they fire him? We're going to just give 1 minute each. People say their own, then we'll come back with what we know, what led to this firing. When it started everything, whether this was a good decision by the president. And I want to ask Liberian, you have to tell us whether the decision to fire Chris Duboyan was the right one. And after you listen, maybe you will give us a good reason. I'm going to start the show not with a sedition. No, I'm going to start the show with an independent like Winfred Russell. What you know, we woke up this afternoon, there you have it, Winfred. Chris Duboyan and his deputy, Dr. Adam, gone. Talk to me.
Thank you, Stanton. I was shocked by this announcement when I heard this. I mean, I know Dr. Duboyan, he has been flying high and working at Enfield, and from all indication, doing a lot of good things, flying to various conferences here and there. So I was quite surprised, I think, by many. So I'm still curious as to what caused this action by the president to dismiss him and his deputy. So we definitely have to dig deeper into it and find out, because but there were others, I've heard even before this firing, there are others who are close to the whole public health establishment, that he was not the right fit for the job. I guess that's a whole different conversation. But I know he's a scientist. I've been working in a biomedical laboratory, and he's been doing some good things there with respect to COVID-19. Then the Lassa fever, and then recently we had a scare of a Ebola outbreak or something, and he was on top of it. So I really don't know what may have caused this. So it would be good to learn more, and we can dig deeper into this. But we all know that Enfield is a very critical entity as part of our whole public health infrastructure. It's a very critical part of that, and the lady who was there before, his predecessor, Jean McCauley, I know her pretty well. I mean, she's a public health practitioner and an expert too as well, who held that position before Dr. Yan. So it'd be good to hear more about what may have caused this firing by the President Stanton. So
thank you. Thank you very, very much. It's good that you laid it out, and we do appreciate you. Let me bring in Kanye Barbara. It's good to have you, Sis Jackie. Thank you for joining us. We'll get to you. Councillor, what are you hearing? What led to this dismissal? That is just not only the Director General, his deputy as well, Adam. What's going on here?
Well, I think the first thing to put out there, which I believe people are trying to grapple with, is Dr. Yan's professional background vis-a-vis his sacking. You know, his competence in the particular health sector vis-a-vis his sacking. And I think it's unfair to do that because those who work with organizations, both as technocrats and as administrators, will tell you that there are times when you have people who are excellent scientists, technocrats, technicians, but are very poor administrators. And quite unfortunately, in corporate governance, it's not only your technical expertise that is expected or is being evaluated, it's also your administrative and managerial duties. And in these cases, there are times where by negligence, not by intent, just by sheer negligence, you can be culpable and you can be set aside. Enfield runs under a board. And I don't know what has transpired between Dr. Yan and the board in terms of internal rules or corporate governance, whatever they may be. But all I can say is it will be a bit presumptuous, you know, to say that his removal is unfounded because he's a very skilled scientist, because there has to be a basis for that. So in the administrative structure, I would say, let's try to find out what transpired, put aside his CV, but as a manager of an entity, because you're not just responsible for your academic or professional output, you're also responsible for all of the staffers who work under you, and also what you may fail to do or may neglect to oversee and do properly. So that could be what is the issue. But what I would just close by saying, and I mean, I made a very public statement about this, is that his relieving probably by the president is premised on a very solid case for the appearance of wrongdoing. And I think that is the way to go. When there's a solid case, which we may not be privy to for obvious reasons, for wrongdoing, it's important to set him aside. Like you pointed out, he was previously suspended, and then finally now set aside. But it would be good to hear what really transpired. I think that would be
should I get it straight? He wasn't suspended. Dr. Adam was suspended, but not Chris Yan, not the Director General. So again, you know, this just came, book you out. He wasn't, Dr. Chris Yan wasn't suspended. Just I think you're talking about Dr. Adam. But it's good to hear you. Let me bring in Akaris Mercy Gray. Akaris, talk to us. What's your view about this suspension? We're going to get into it, folks. You will really want to enjoy this when we get into it, because there's a reason why the president relieved Dr. Chris Yan and Dr. Adam of duty today. Very, very important reason. You must hear this because it got something, and I will give you a hint, right? It was a full investigation. People were taken to court. NSA, GSA, National Police, LNP, LeBron National Police. They were involved with the investigation. This investigation took since December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Imagine 11 months. And the decision came down today. So you want to wait and you want to hear what's actually happened that led to their dismissal. Talk to me, Akaris Gray.
Again, keep eating your own baby. Let me repeat. Keep eating baby. Like John Palmer was on John Russ. Having said that, it's an ambiguous thing to say dismissed for administrative reasons. And it wasn't specified. We all know that AMFE had been in an internal crisis. not just leadership issue or the struggle for power, but the issue of allegation of corruption. For me, the dismissal or relieving of his post is belated. It takes so long. Complaints are come in and complaints are gone out. Like you rightfully said, full-scale investigation went on just for 11 months to pamper this young man to get him out. With his record, with his international credential, to be relieved of his position smells show that something dangerously smells. Because any president would not want to just relieve you of your post if you didn't do something very wrong with that credential come to the table. They will ask you to resign. If it was just minor. But with what we've been hearing, with what you made that voice, relieving of his post is not sufficient, or should he bear responsibility for some of the actions that took place? Or do we only go after the little fish? These are very critical concerns, because in my mind, dismissal from what I'm hearing is insufficient. A delayed dismissal, you suspended the deputy, you kept the head, you relieved both the deputy and the head subsequently, when the message and the writings were already on the wall, like a writing to Nebuchadnezzar, okay, very clear on the wall, or he was waiting for people to interpret that writing to Nebuchadnezzar, where you call somebody to interpret the writings to the president. But for me, the writings were on the wall long since. The dismissal, the relief of his post is belated. Let's see whether the allegation that led to his dismissal, whether they will take further action on him besides relieving of his post. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, guys. You got to follow this show, right? You got to follow everyone speaking. They get okay. I'll wait for my turn. I think I just disagree with my brother Gray on this one, but that's his comment. Let's hear you, Cap.
First of all, let's see if it's a public health, if specialized in public health, which we believe he's not. But one of the things that kind of like make me to kind of like wonder his replacement, Sia. We made to understand that she's not specialized in public health. So you replace somebody of the same. And the most powerful thing is she served on the board and made the decision to remove Dr. Young. Maybe I stand to be corrected, but if you're part of the board that made that decision to remove Dr. Young, and then you were kind of appointed to that position by the president, it is not and how we'll call it some kind of interest there, conflict of interest. So the whole situation for me is troubling. He is not specialized in public health, because in that position you should be, but also the replacement, I stand to be corrected, she is not also. And Sia, that we understand, is a family member of the president, and she served on the board. I'll leave it to the team, and let's dive into it.
Thank you very much, Kev. Let's hear you, Vendetta Patrick.
So let me quickly establish that it's the constitutional responsibility of the president to hire and fire. So the president acted in the confines of the law. Secondly, I think from multiple sources, there were underlying factors. That play was toxic. As many of you may be aware, the deputy for, I think, administration, the fellow who was suspended, removed, Mr. Lincoln, he was previously suspended for time indefinite by the president on allegations that, he illegally removed one of the Enfield's, vehicles from the entity. And additionally, there is another source that also indicated that Dr. Yang was also recommended for suspension 1 month without pay by the board of directors. And you have to be very clear that some of the reason they gave for his suspension was he made unilateral decision when it comes to health policies that he did not consult other members of the board and taking unilateral decision as Director General of the Enfield, and without respect for other board members. And remember, Minister of Health is on the board, University of Liberia, and several other personalities. So I am here thinking that the fact that the president constituted the board of Enfield and that decisions that emanate from the board of directors go directly to the president, and the president will act. Prior to this dismissal, we should classify it, the deputy was still on a suspension from what, I have gathered. So, but this is what I want to say. Working in government is a privilege. So anybody can get fired. Even tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, another names will come out that you are fired. When the president was making these appointments, many of all were not consulted. It's the president's own prerogative to decide who he appoints. But again, I'm not here to celebrate an individual from, being dismissed. It's regrettable. I felt that this situation was being handled. Multiple information, sources, is indicating that play was toxic. There were factions within Enfield. And for those who are listening, you are in public institution. If you can't put your house in order, this president is on record, just whipping everybody so that all us will just come in and fill the cap.
Thank you very much. Jefferson?
Thank you, Stanton. And I just want to weigh in on a few things, right? First thing, let's be clear. Enfield is tenure position. So the Director General of Enfield is in a tenure position, and there's an act that created Enfield, and the act is clear on reason why the director can be fired. Violation of the act, misconduct, maybe incompetence or negligence. Those are the reasons why you can remove a tenure holder, or except this government under Bouaka has decided to, by effect, cancel all tenure position, but otherwise it's a tenure position. So his dismissal should be clear for a particular reason why he has been dismissed. If it's not amongst those reasons mentioned in the act, I think his dismissal is illegal. And for that, we have tenure position by law; they cannot be removed by the president except for a particular set of reasons that have been outlined in their act. And so we want to see why he was dismissed. But again, we should also remember that the previous DG was removed, before the end of a tenure by this government, which most of our people, including me, think that it was unprofessional and illegal and a complete disrespect for the rule of law to effectively cancel a tenure position by removing these people who are placed in tenure position. And that entity, in my mind, is a professional entity, and we need to be careful because they are handling issues that concern the lives of Liberians. They are there to handle breakouts, and difficult issues. So we need to be careful how we handle it. It cannot be a political entity. It should remain professional. Let's handle them in consonance with the law. The act that created the National Public Health Institute of Liberia is clear on reasons why people should be removed from tenure positions. So, I mean, other than that, if there's a particular reason why if he broke the laws, then yes. But other than that, I think this government is being, you know,
thank you very much. Let's leave it there and we'll wait to see. Excuse me, we gotta no, hold on 1 minute. Let Brittany say Jackie, please. Jackie, welcome to the show. Let's hear you. Jackie, you gotta unmute. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I was trying to unmute. Good evening to the panelists and good evening to Liberians in Liberia and across, in the diaspora. The issue of the National Public Health Institute, the Public Health Institute has been facing a lot of issues and challenges.
Excuse me, Jackie. Yeah. Can we guys, can we mute, please? Go ahead, sis, Jackie.
The Public Health Institute has been facing a series of challenges over the past recent years. The board, yes, rightfully said by the panelists here, there is a board. The president hires the director general and upon recommendation of the board, and the president also has the right to fire the director general of the National Public Health Institute. I'm a founding member of the National Public Health Institute. We put together the act. The director general can be dismissed or relieved of his duty due to inefficiency, corruption, whether he's incapacitated. There are at least 6 reasons that are outlined. And in that act, it says the director general may be removed for the following reasons. So for nobody can come on here and say the president violated anything. The president did not violate anything according to the act establishing the National Public Health Institute. The board was involved in the process. This process has been going on for some time, for several months now. Apparently, it was not resolved. And at the final moment, that decision-making moment in with the recommendation of the board, the director general was being relieved of his duty. So simple thing as over time show that he's not efficient. He's not running, he or she is not running the National Public Health Institute properly. You can be relieved from your post for that reason. So the president was well within his rights for announcing that the director general has been relieved of his duties, because this is something that's been going on for at least a year now, or several months to a year. And evidently, whatever has been going on was never resolved.
So thank you very much. And I let everyone consider, let me speak to the Liberian people and let's just take note. I put something in the chat from since January. It is there. Just take a look. This is it. This was a press release that was placed on Facebook from the National Public Health Institute, right? And my brother saw it, Jefferson Chesson, and the rest of the sedition here, and they acted like they didn't see this. This is January 14, 2025. My fellow Liberians, as per the investigation, the president took action today. Make no mistake, Joseph Human Bwaka didn't wake up one morning and say, I don't like Chris Double Young and Adam, and remove them. He appointed them. He appointed them. So everybody got to pay attention here. It's very important for us to keep this story straight. And maybe if seditions say, or other folks say they don't know what happened, please read the letter. The Director General of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia, Enfield, Dr. Dr. Christopher Young, has dismissed 2 staff of Enfield and suspended several others without pay for the road in the unauthorized removal of 11 vehicles from Enfield compound, illegally selling those vehicles. We went with this story. The decision to terminate and suspend was rendered after several days of investigation by a 7-person investigation committee comprising of the Liberia National Police, the Internal Audit Agency, senior staff members, and the senior management teams of Enfield. Look at those names. The Enfield staff that were terminated are George Watson, Special Assistant to the Deputy Director for the Administration, and Pee Wee Kwekwe, Director of Logistics. Darlington Barr, Deputy Director for Logistics, was suspended for time indefinite. By mandate of the investigation committee, the Director General also suspended the foreign drivers for 3 months without pay. I want you to continue with this story, and I want us to establish something. Corruption will have no place, blah, blah, blah. Progress we are making, Dr. Yang said. He put this up. This individual was sent to the Liberia National Police for investigation. They are now going to court. Did it stop there? No. The relationship between the board members, Winfred Russell, and Dr. Yang was the worst. The Vendetta Factory said was toxic. They never see eye to eye, never. And the reason why they fire today Chris W. Yang will tell the Liberian people who are on the board. Let's take a look. If you can see clearly, this is that. They are all on the board. These are the board members. The board member, Stephen Kennedy, Sia Kamano, Angelo Benson, Samuel Douglas, read them. These are all on the board, 10 board members. All of the 10, 9 approved the removal of Chris W. Yang. All of the 10. Now people say, we don't want this man. Did the president take upon himself to fire the man? No. It was the board decision. Our sources from Enfield say, Winfred Russell, the board came up with that decision as per the 2016 Act. As per the 2016 Act. The board came up with the decision. So I want to pause there, guys.
Can I ask you a question, Stanton?
No, hey, man, here go. I'm out of this shit, man. Yeah, wait 1 minute.
Yeah, I might be asking, so we'll be following.
Right. So here's the issue, right? Ask me your question, because I will end up losing my train of thought if I don't say this thing well.
I stand to be corrected that Russell, Kanyo, and everybody should come in. I know Jackie is cognizant of public.
But can I finish the story for the Liberian people to understand where we're coming from, Kev? Or you just intentionally interrupting me?
You will continue if I ask you this question. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Sia, who has been appointed, made the decision, part of the decision making to remove Dr. Nia, and she is appointed. Is that legal? I just want to.
But so if I finish this story and we do it wrong, your question will be answered, Kanyo. Well, you can understand what led to this and what led to the interim appointment of Sia. Sia is not a permanent appointment. She's officer in charge. It's illegal for the president.
You are part of the decision making. I just want to know if she was part, because one, she's related to the president.
Yeah, stop. You'll play a propaganda later on. Yeah, you'll play a propaganda later on. Let us elaborate. Let the people understand this. And this is not right-brain friend, right? The people want to know what led to this. And you want to get one question about Sia Kamano. What about Sia Kamano? But it would be fair for the people to understand us. Yeah. And, it would be fair for the people to understand us. I don't even know where I was again. Somebody go ahead, Winfred, take it away. Yeah. Let's set a story for our audience. The president didn't.
And now you are talking about a board. You are talking about a board.
That's what you're talking about. Thank you. For real. Let's set the story here because the people will take home something.
All the board recommendations.
Let's establish the fact. Joseph Yima Boaga didn't wake up this morning or 2 days ago to fire Chris Doboyan. The board, as per the act, recommended. The reason why they fire him, if you get the 2016 act, we can go through it, it's in the act. 4.3b, removal. The Director General shall be removed if found to be grossly inefficient, found to be corrupt. This is for you, Jefferson Chelsea. Convicted of any crime by the competent tribunal consistent with due process of law. No longer able to perform the duty due to physical or mental incapacity as satisfied by the qualified psychiatric or medical director. It is discovered that the member has at any time been convicted of an offense involving dishonestly, whether in Liberia or elsewhere, and sentenced to imprisonment without the option of the fine, or no longer a domicile in Liberia. 1. Go to 4.4b. That's 3. I just read it. Go to 5.2. Go to 5.5. The reason why we're putting this up because our brother said on the show, there must be the reason. You're right, Jefferson. And they cited all those reasons why he should be fired. Is that the executive mansion pointed all those things within the act.
Corrupt.
I will rest on this. Opposition, all of folk blame the president, say that any position you got no right. But in the 2016 Act, Winfred Russell, in the 2016 Act, the president can remove for this reason, and this reason was very, very clear. I will go again. The decision always based on violation of this act, and we should appreciate that. I'm going to pause and hear you guys. Then I will give you the reason the board pointed out in black and white why they want Chris Doboyan to leave. And once we say that, then maybe you will have a change of mind. My brother Winfred Russell, what are you hearing so far? Talk to me.
Well, I mean, I'm not hearing anything more than what you're hearing. I think it's pretty clear how these institutions are set up, and I'm glad at least the president is listening to the board that has fiduciary responsibility and oversight responsibility of this entity. And so if the board is recommending based on its own internal structures and protocols that Dr. Yan and his deputy may have violated some guidelines there, then, and they needed to go and they recommended that they should go, then that's the way it should be done. And I applaud the president for decisively taking up the recommendation from the board to ensure that accountability was the order of the day, and impunity is discouraged. And I hope that it doesn't just stop at Enfield, but there are a lot of other entities where the board have recommended or other oversight bodies have recommended certain things be done based on malfeasance or other issues there, and we have slow walk some of those processes and all of that. So I think it's good. I mean, as far as our governance structure and processes are concerned, I think this is a good thing, Stanton. Whether he had the credential or didn't have the credential, all I think there's a whole.
No, I'm here for those three. Listen, he was appointed by the president because he had a credential, right? He was able to serve, and Chris Doboyan, we know he got a very, very good credential. People can argue that, right? But if the president fired him today for these different reasons, Liberians take a look. I want you to know this reason, and that's why, thank God for people at Enfield. Say, Stanton, listen to us. We took this decision based on the fact that we got to save Enfield. We cannot have a director general that called a chairman from the board members. We cannot have a director general that refused to speak, to share, to work as team. I mean, listen, I think these guys will come back and blame Joseph Yima Boaga for bringing incompetent people, and people feel that they are Lord and gospel. Blame him for something else like I would do. But look at this reason. Look at this reason why this man will let go today. 1, lack of free decisional involvement of the board in critical decisions affecting Enfield. Oh, wow. Listen now. Are you kidding me? You see one of the reasons why? 2, lack of interagency coordination and collaboration. Are you hearing it now? How can NFIL move further? How can NFIL be functional properly internationally when you have lack of interagency coordination and collaboration? Lack of coordination between the NFIL and the Minister of Health. Do you want to see more? Non-adherence to the board-related tenets of the NFIL Act. Non-regard for the statutory function of the board. Persistent foreign travels without the knowledge of the board. Non-knowledge of the acting Director General while the Director General is away from the country. Persistent submission of communication to the President without the knowledge of the board. Submission of communication to the National Legislature without the knowledge of the board. Concern raised by partners. Oh, are you getting closer to what we're hearing today? Budget submission process without the knowledge and approval of the board. Running to the media is 11, and it couldn't fit on the sheet. Running to the media and breaching of confidentiality. So let me pause here. For this reason and many more, was Joseph Yema Boakai right to remove him? I will come back to you, Jackie, and then we'll go through the table. Jackie, get up. Are you with us? I'm coming to you, Jackie.
Well, you said we'll come back to you. I thought you meant after you reach out to the others. I heard you, but I thought you meant after you reach out to the other panelists. When you said we'll come back to you. So there are over 10 reasons clearly stated there. And again, if you follow the act establishing a National Public Health Institute, it is clear that there was no violation because the act says that 2/3 votes by the board members and with cause. So those causes were there. Inefficiency alone can remove the Director General of the National Public Health Institute if the board finds you to be inefficient before we talk about the other 6 reasons for which a Director General can be removed, which includes corruption, incapacitated, and as Stanton outlined. So if you have at least 10 reasons that fall within one of those categories, or at least one of them, then clearly the rules and regulations of the National Public Health Institute Act were adhered to. So he was removed for a cause. The president just didn't get up one morning, as Stanton indicated.
And for 11 months, the investigation, that's even more reason why the president removed him, because every T was crossed and every I's were dotted. We have reason, we investigated, we came to know that vehicles went missing, this agreement among staff, this man couldn't speak to the health minister, he couldn't talk to Dr. Kennedy, the chairman for the board. It was a toxic working environment, like Vendetta Patrick said. Kind of Barbara, what say you? Now we're seeing reason coming up for his removal.
Well, like I indicated before, I always like to take this back to the governance and legal framework, especially in light of corporate governance. And in corporate governance, most times in our context, when people are removed, folks want to ask, but what did they personally do? But in a corporate setting where you lead as an administrator and not just as a technical or a technician, it's also about what you didn't do and what you may have mismanaged in the process. And I think one of the things that's coming out here, which could be a learning curve for a lot of autonomous agencies, a lot of public corporations, the indication I'm getting is that President Boakai is looking at the corporate structure, especially in terms of board of directors and the fiduciary roles that they have, and giving it some credence. Whereas we know that in times past, you may have a corporate structure whose head, deals directly with the presidency to the exclusion of the board, which is a managerial aspect that they should go through. So I would say, if you are in a like these corporate entities or state enterprises, and you possess a board that has a role, it's important to work closely with that board. Because what is happening now is that they are exercising the powers, and the president seems to be following the bureaucracy and dealing with the boards as opposed to dealing with the individual heads. But given the issues that have been outlined, I mean, on the legality side, the act is very clear. If I think 6 or 8 of the people on the board have no confidence in your leadership, as we say in Liberia, you win or you go home. And in this case, you had, like you said, Stanton, I don't know what, 10 of them decided, or 9 of them out of 10, that they're taking a test for 100% and scoring 90. That means you get A+ or A or whatever. Say, we can, there's no working relationship here. So it's just, I mean, I think even if the president believed in his ability or believed that he could deliver, but to have a board that has a special oversight role, and the majority of them come back and say, look, based on these reasons, and I want to believe that they didn't just submit those counts, they may have also followed up with evidence of all of these counts that they submitted that they believe necessitated his removal. So I would say, as we say in law, that the evidence sort of preponderated. It's a lot of evidence that they produced, and based on that, the president acted. But the lesson learned for all people who are in, positions of authority, especially in state-owned enterprises, that the boards are very critical. It is important. Part of managerial skills is the ability to network and build consensus.
Karen, thank you very much. Karen, thank you. Let me bring in Kev. Talk to us.
Stanton, I'm still asking the question. I need somebody to answer me this. How can a member of the board, right, who made the decision to remove Tatonia? I am not arguing of his credential. Maybe he doesn't. And what I'm hearing that he's not a public health a specialist, because that position is there. But how can a member of the board who made a decision and replace him? And that member is a family member of the president. I'm smelling something here is not correct. Some conflict.
So let me help you. So if you can, let me answer that.
Somebody needs to help me here. Yeah.
Okay, so let me help you. Number one, you're smelling lies. If you're smelling anything, as you're saying, you're smelling lies. And let's try to correct the lies and misinformation that you're smelling. Maybe it will help solve this issue, right? Number two, Kev Hassan, Sacramento is not a family to Joseph Imam-Bwaka. She's not. She got no family relationship with Joseph Imam-Bwaka.
Well,
but wait, you want somebody to help you, let her help you now.
Yeah. Okay.
So Joseph Bwaka related to everybody from Lofa. That's how you call family now?
Well, the Lofa nice in.
No, that's how you call family. Joseph Bwaka, you say she's family. I'm saying she's not, and you say she's from Lofa. Let me help you with your tail plan. You want somebody to help you, let me help you. And this is an embarrassment. No disrespect to you, but let's try to, hold our opposition position to have a gain. If you are opposition, let's try to hold our imposition position to have a gain. You cannot come here and say Sacramento is related to Joseph Imam-Bwaka. Now, have you read the 2016 Act of Enfield? I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to put it in the chat room. Read it. Then you'll know whether any one member of the board can act as acting director general. I will not answer that. I will ask you to read it. Then you will know whether any one member of the board can act as acting director general.
Question to you.
Ask me a question and we'll move on.
It's not.
No, your first question is satisfied, right?
Question to you, Stanton. No, it's not. Question to you.
But Stanton, can I add to that?
No. Question to you. How can because if that act says that a member can render a decision and then act is an issue to me. I think it should be amended.
So what's your question?
Question to you. So are you saying that Sia, who made the decision to remove Dr. Nia, is rightful in the place to act in that position if it's not a conflict of interest? Are you saying that?
So let me be very clear to you, and it will only help you if you ask about the Act of 2016. For 6 years, George Manneh, we have maintained it without changing it, without any amendment, he controlled the House of Representatives and the Senate. He should have fixed it. So if you have a problem with it, you should have said that to him. For 6 years, he had all right and all power. So I'm not. No, give me a chance. Give me a chance now. Don't run away. Give me a chance. When Joseph Boyka do the right thing, we'll uphold that which is right. And I think you are in error. The issue is that there is nothing in the Act of 2016 say the president cannot take one member of the board to make director general. Nothing. That's why I ask you, please go and read the Act of 2016. Then you will come back and tell me whether the president was right or wrong. I cannot take my time on the show in less than 2 hours to really open the Act to you. But you want to add to that, Jackie, go ahead and we'll bring the rest of the guys on. Jackie, are you adding on?
Yeah, so Kev, there is nothing in the Act that says that if there needs to be an acting director general, that person cannot come from the board, because part of the board members' responsibility is
why are you going through this, Jackie?
But sometimes somebody needs to hear reinforcement of different context to understand. So Kev. The accusation number one that Sia Kamano is she related to everybody on the board? There are at least 10 to 11 members of the board. 6, I think about 5 of them to 6 of them statutory and the rest non-statutory members. So you want to tell me that all these people are related to Sia Kamano? They made the recommendation that, hey, for the urgency of this, giving the monkeypox and all the stuff that's going on, is she related to the board? She's not related to the board, to the board members. And so they recommend that part of the board is oversight responsibility of Enfield. So she is acting until the president, upon recommendation of the board, appoints a new director general.
Let's make progress. Jackie, thank you. Let's go to the rest of the guys. This is our last round.
Stanton, 1 minute.
But
Jackie, one question.
1 minute. No, wait. I'm coming to you, sir. I'm coming to you. Let me just lay something out. Just give it our best shot because we have other major topic to discuss tonight. We're just trying to prove the reason why this president, in his capacity, as per law, did what he did today. And I think a lot of people are agreeing with us tonight that Joseph Yeman Boyka was right. And according to the act that created Enfield, he was right and he followed the act. Joseph, talk to us.
Yes, and I have one question for Jackie. She needs to be clear. And let her tell her which part in the act of the 2016 that state that the board has the oversight of Enfield. She needs to tell. She continues to say that. I mean, I don't have issue with the president firing his own. I mean that, John Paul wasting on John Red. I don't know.
What do you mean? I said that the board have an oversight. What do you mean by that?
But Jackie cannot tell us that the act says and cannot tell which part of the act. The act is available to everybody. So
the act say what? No, the act say what?
Because if you read 3.3, if you read 3.3 of the act of 2016, it tells you the function of the board. And in that function, it does not say that the board has oversight. I mean, I just want to be clear with you, Jackie, so you don't mislead other.
What's your question?
But Jeff, you got a lawyer right here,
Jackie, please. Jeff, what's your question?
Jackie has consistently tell us on this show that the act says that the board has oversight at Enfield. I'm saying, can she point out clearly in the act which section of the act I talked about the board having complete oversight of Enfield, because section 3.3 tells us about the function of the board. So please, maybe there's someone else is stated that the board has oversight.
So
I don't want us to continue to mislead us.
Hold on. You asked your question. Let help you. You got the ad in front of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to read these different sections, right?
No.
The reason why. No, when you said no again, what do you want me to do? I'm happy
But
with
you're
the
not getting my
question.
question, Stanton. You're not getting my question.
What's your
Which
question?
part of the act that tells us that the board has oversight of Enfield? That's what I want to know.
And what I just said, I said I want to read this different section, and you said no.
Okay, go ahead. Read
If I don't read it, then how you understand, brother? Are you listening to us yet?
Read the section I'm listening.
Okay, all right. And let me help you to help the rest of the team. As per the board, as per their recommendation, they cited, they quoted, they included the power they have as a board.
CEO, let me give it to Jeff directly.
Hey, go ahead.
Jeff, section 6 of the Enfield Act, which speaks about functions of the board of directors. Go to section 6.
No, sorry, it's section 3.3 that talks about.
You asked a specific question, I'm not responding. You sending me somewhere else?
Okay, go ahead.
I said go to section 6 on the functions of the board of directors. Number 1, it says that the board shall be the policy and governing body of the institute and shall exercise general oversight over its affairs. What is the definition of general oversight, Jefferson?
Carry, I beg you, Jefferson want to just embarrass himself. My man, I beg you, we got to move on. Go read that. Let me bring Emmanuel. Emmanuel, let's hear you. Emmanuel, let's hear you. Carry, I beg you. When you're time to speak, you can straight out. They give you one ad, you say no, and you carry also session 3. Emmanuel, welcome to the show. Let's hear you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Jackie, Wilfred, Carlos, Canio, Jeff, and Vendela, and you too, Stanton. Jackie, good to see you. Please come often. The mix is great. Stanton, I don't have much to say on this. All I can say that I hope the president will make the right choice. The National Public Health Institute is very key to our health in Liberia. And hopefully we'll make the right decision so that the Liberian people's health cannot be put in jeopardy. It's a will and pleasure position. I won't spend a lot of time arguing in and out about what happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vendetta Patrick. Akaris Gray, let's hear you. Akaris,
yeah, I'm talking now. I want to hear me now. Yeah, my man, I'm here now.
Go ahead.
So, CEO, one of the questions we have now asked, how many deputies are there at Enfield? I was just reading the ad. You have the Director General, you have the Deputy for Technical Services, you have the Deputy for Administration. So I think while I appreciate the President for taking these decisions to let 2 persons to go, in consonance with the act that created Enfield, but the decision is catalectic, incomplete. When 2 deputies are out, the principal, Director General, and the deputy, in my mind, according to the same act that we are saying the president used and he's right, the Deputy for Technical Services should be in charge. There's nowhere in the act that states that the board member, in the absence of 2 other individuals within Enfield, the board member should act. That's wrong. That is categorically wrong. You have the Deputy for Technical Services. He should be in charge. If the president wants to keep him there, the president can continue. We saw in the case of LTA. We saw in other areas, no board member was appointed. We love public governance. But when the laws are not followed, it becomes reason to question. I agree with the president. He has done no wrong. He received recommendation from the board of directors, of Enfield, which is an administrative process, and he held those recommendations to allow 2 persons to go. But the administrative structure, the act that created Enfield, must be respected, must be upheld. The deputy for technical services is in charge. He's living, he's kicking. So bringing someone from the board of directors to be, quote unquote, acting director general of Enfield, this decision is inaccatalectic. It's not in consonance with the act that created the Enfield. So we hope that this president can rescind our decision and allow the administrative structure at Enfield to exist. If he wants to change, fine. But at this time, for interim leadership, the deputy for technical services must be in charge, not a board member. Let me just correct Chessing. Chessing, I think this president did well. In your case, Begube, former President George Weah, hired someone who was not on the board of director of Enfield to investigate Dr. Musoka Fallah. And based on our recommendation, he dismissed the man. That was gross violation of the act that created Enfield, because it is the board of directors that should investigate, make recommendation, as in this case, to Begube at the time, but he did not do that. You took someone from USA, the head of different entities, I think Liberia Medical and Dental Council, Dr. Linta, I think Brush, to investigate Dr. Musoka Fallah. That was wrong. That was an abuse of the act that created Enfield. But in this case, I think this president acted in line by receiving recommendations from the board of director of Enfield to effect. But where I disagree with this president is to deliberately ignore the fact that there exists the deputy director for technical services who's supposed to be in charge.
So Fendela, let me ask you, where in the act, Fendela, wait, Fendela, where in the act says that the deputy for technical service should be in charge?
The administrative structure of Enfield, everybody will agree that when the director general is not there,
it's not everybody will agree. Where in the act says it? Where's the administrative structure that says it?
Look at the administrative structure, the chart. Yeah, look at it.
Well,
look at the chart.
Wait, Jackie, let me finish my question. Let me finish my question. Fendela Patrick, I want to agree with you. Can you please tell us the act that created Enfield? Show us where in the act that the president should go to the deputy.
No. So let me say this now. When the act is created, or any act for that matter is created, they have 3 principal leaders. It depends on the administrative structure. In the case of Enfield, you have the director general, you have the deputy for administration, you have the deputy for technical services. In public governance,
do you have the structure form? Do you have the structure? Do you have the structure form? Do you have the structure form?
Oh yes.
The formation.
But you go on their website, you will see it there.
No. I say, listen, Fendela, stop yelling. Fendela, stop yelling. I'm asking you. You came on the show. But wait, VP. VP, wait. We're not talking about why you don't like. VP, let's stick to the conversation. VP, let's stick to the conversation.
I just told you it's on their website.
VP. We are going with the ad that created Enfield 2016. Drink some water.
Oh.
Anything short of that, VP, right? You are in error. There is nothing.
Okay, if that is the case, let me
finish. VP, no, hold on. Let me finish. You keep here yelling and screaming and saying the ad. There's nothing in the ad saying the next person in line should be the deputy. The president followed. Let me finish, my man. Calm down. The president followed to letter as per the recommendation from the board, and they outlined these different sections, and the president went with the recommendation. There is nothing there you can find and show to the Liberian people that the president should hire the deputy. Nothing.
So
that's not true.
See, let me explain.
No, explain. Show the paper. No, we're not taking explanation. No. Show the paper.
No, this is where
No.
Why you not asking Kanye to show the paper?
We'll come back to you.
Why you not asking Kanye to show?
You ask a question, let me respond to you.
Show. Yeah, but show the paper. Show the paper.
You don't want me to respond?
Show the paper. Show the paper.
No, listen. No, this is Palawa kind of way of discussion. You ask a question, allow me to address you. But you don't ask
show the paper.
Show the paper.
You come here, you
okay, let me show you the paper.
show
Let me
it.
explain. Then I'll show you the paper. Let me explain. I'll show you the paper. So, you see, this platform is so big. And so when someone's reputation is at stake, you give them a chance to really address it. You just outlined that the board of directors of Enfield made recommendations to the president. There's nowhere also in the act that states clearly that in the absence of the director general and the deputy, someone from the board of directors of Enfield should act. There's also nowhere in the act that says so. Except you convince me.
And that Patrick wasted our time.
No. I am trying
VP, you wasted our time. VP, no, we gotta go. Jackie, you want to say something? We gotta go to our next topic. VP, sorry, you wasted our time. When you have to waste time. Winfrey Russell, go ahead.
You wasted your time. You are not willing to learn.
Let me say something here.
The act establishing. The act
I think you're getting me
establishing
sort of confused,
the
right?
national.
Let Jackie speak. We'll come to you. Go ahead,
VP, I was a part of the act establishing the National Public Health Institute. I'm also a co-founder of the Public Health Institute. So what I say on here is based on experience as well. There is absolutely nothing in the act that says the acting cannot come from this place or that place, the acting head or officer in charge. Not the president said officer in charge. That recommendation, what the act does state is that the person who will be seated as director general. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Why are you interrupting a woman? Why are you interrupting a woman, my man? Stop interrupting.
Let me finish. What is in the act is that the person occupying that position should come with the recommendation of the board. And that is exactly what happened. It's in the act. How will you tell me it's not in the act? Then you're not reading the act. Go back and read the act.
No, you
Thank
don't
you, Jackie. Winfrey Russell, you want to finish? Winfrey Russell, you're not recognized. You're not recognized. Fedela Patrick, you're not recognized. Winfrey Russell, you want to finish up?
Yeah, guys. Let's get something clear here. That there is. I mean, and it's done. I mean, this model is used all over the world, right? It's the administrative structure, so this is not rocket science, right? There is nothing that says, that explicitly says that the deputy or the vice president or whoever, should take over, right? In this case. So the board, someone could step in there temporarily as what is done now, and then later the board can formally appoint the head or whoever will become the head. I mean, even here, when the University of Minnesota, for example, the president steps down, okay, or the president retires or resigns or whatever, the head of the board of trustees will temporarily step in some cases until a new president is named. I mean, that stuff happens all over the place. In some instances, the board president will step in, temporarily, and then, sometimes they may say, okay, they may elevate the vice president for administration or whatever, to take over, So there's nothing wrong with that, VP. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. As the release said, it's the officer in charge. The officer in charge so happens to come from the board, and that person is just there temporarily. there's nothing wrong with that.
They recommended, the board recommended an officer in charge, right?
Yeah.
The board said with the removal of the director general, that Dr. Siawata Kamano acts as interim director general or officer in charge, right, to coordinate and collaboratively work with the board, the Ministry of Health, other governmental, interagency, and partners to stabilize the infield until a new director general is recruited by the board and recommendation forwarded to the president. It's simple. There's nothing in that. But if you ask the question, and I hope we should move on now, the director general removal is there. It's very clear, no question. You cannot show anywhere say give it to the deputy, and in so doing, we move on. Akaris, you in and out, you have not spoken. Yeah. Let's hear you.
Okay, I listen religiously.
See,
and
please.
You gotta wait, my brother. Akaris speaking.
I listen religiously, and Keith struck a very important point.
Where did man go again?
Keith struck two important points, very important points, and we will not sit and remain mute on that. The first point, conflict of interest. She's conflicted. She presides over a removal, and at the same time gets appointed as acting or recommended as acting. That is conflict of interest under the code of conduct. She could have been the one who masterminded and manipulated the membership of the board. It's also possible that the president of the Republic of Liberia could have suggested to the board who he wanted. He appointed him. But my concern has to do with the issue of conflict of interest. Keith struck that point. It's a very powerful point that people just play on. See, where in the Amphi Act says that, but in the code of conduct, conflict of interest is very important. You preside over something that you have interest in becoming the head of, whether they appointed you or not. But you presided. And at the end of the day, you accepted the job. You are conflicted. There's no question about that she is conflicted. Is she the daughter of Dr. Alvan Kamando? Jackie, do you know her? If she's the daughter of Dr. Alvan Kamando, who was one of the commissioners at the ACE Commission, he's a cousin to President Boyka, thus making her a relative to President Boyka. Let me repeat. If she's the daughter of Dr. Alvan Kamando, who was appointed to the ACE Commission before Dr. Nuta went there, it means that she has a blood tie with President Boyka. We cannot dismiss that because he's a cousin to President Boyka. Nobody on the show can dismiss that. Nobody can refute that.
I can dismiss that though. I can dismiss that.
But I'm telling you, they are related because I know him. Probably you don't know this. That's why I sat and religiously just listening. Keith struck a point. We can sit here and play politics that we all said every day, CDC people playing politics. No, this is a blood relationship we are discussing. And this is ethnicity under violation of Article 5C of the Liberian Constitution that asks the president to discourage ethnicity or tribalism. That also calls for the issue of nepotism to be eradicated under Article 5C of the Liberian Constitution. Shikisi, not only is Shikisi, but she has a relationship to the president of the Republic of Liberia through her biological father, Dr. Ivan Kamando. What are we arguing here tonight? to say that they are not related, to say that there is not conflict of interest. It can be proven that there is conflict of interest.
Thank you, Greg.
That she has a blood relationship to the president of the Republic of Liberia through her dad.
Great, thank you.
The government of not just nepotism, but there is a government of tribalism. And that must be discouraged. It was condemned yesterday, it was wrong, and it must be wrong today. And I do not expect people like Jackie, who knows the historicity of the relationship and work with this same group of people to come and defend such a thing only on the basis of NFI and not looking at the code of conduct when it comes to conflict of interest.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Again, we got to make progress. Yeah. It's 6. No, guys. No. I beg you guys. We're not doing the back and forth. Everybody spoke, and we got to move on. Please, for the sake of the time, let's do this. The president appointed officer in charge, Sia Wata Kamano. We all do believe that the appointment will come for the individual that will be able to run Enfield thereafter. Right now, she's officer in charge. Now, there is nothing Akaros Mose Tanaka Tombika Gray can show us on the show that Joseph Boakai have a blood relationship with Sia Kamano. Akaros Gray is in error. He is.
You are also in error because you don't know.
Akaros, you finish now. That pure talk.
You are in error.
Akaros, you finish. But I gotta call your name. You're in error. I gotta call your name.
You are defending.
No, but you're not interrupting, man. But you'll be my man. Stop saying true. You're not talking again. You're talking. Okay. So we got to go. I want to say this to all my fellow Liberians. I believe the president followed the recommendation.
I'm begging you, please.
So we can go like that. My man, start back. The president followed the recommendation of the board. He implemented. The president followed the recommendation of the board, and he implemented the recommendation accordingly. He implemented the recommendation.
In the chat, you should put it up.
So you decide to
get argument that the deputy for technical services is.
So you implemented the app, and that was fine. Jackie, we'll give you a few seconds. Let's hear you.
Oh, you gave your deputy a chance?
Yeah, Jackie, let's hear you. The message will follow deputy that the line for the director will go deputy. So I'll get the deputy chance. Where he start talking plenty over himself.
So, Mr. Gray, you have me pondering here. During your administration, I wonder, where were all these quotations that you quoting here, talking about this is in the act, this is in the law. Your administration, the we are years, sister, you know very well that a lot of that stuff that happened under your administration.
You gotta give the general lady. You gotta give the general lady a chance to talk. You gotta give the general lady a chance to talk. Great.
It's the one that made.
When she finished, you have the time to respond.
Accepted the recommendation. That's the fact.
When she finished, you gotta give her a chance to talk. Hold on.
Sia Kamano cannot be related to 11 people on the board. The board is the one that made the recommendation. How many times should that be said on this show? And I wish we had preached against nepotism under your administration.
But no nepotism.
Great, you will give the lady a chance to speak, then you will have your time to speak. Great, you will give the lady a chance to speak, you will respond accordingly. You don't have to interrupt her. Jackie, make your point, and after Gray, we'll move on. Guys, let's stop the interruption. You will have your time to speak. We have to move on. Jackie, finish up.
I mean, the bottom line is, so our CDC friends, there's no wrongdoing here. You guys are looking for a ghost. I mean, you guys trying to put a ghost there, and that's all it is, just ghosts, because it doesn't exist. So please, let's stop this, and let's move on, because nothing was done wrong here by the president. The board made that decision, and that's it. So you can't tell me Sia Kamano is related to 10 members of the board. Jackie, thank you very much. Great, you have the last word. We have to go. Give you 1 minute.
I did not say Sia is related to 10 members of the board, any member of the board. I'm not on record for that. Probably Jackie didn't get me properly, and maybe she quoting someone else.
No, I'm sure you got me. I said they made the
recommendation. Jackie, let him speak, please.
I said clearly that she's conflicted because she participated in the decision to relieve Dr. Nyang from his position. She conflicted. I said that because they had appointed her as temporary recommended her as officer in charge. She conflicted. She's not a proper person. I also said the Liberation petition in Article 5(2) calls for the issue of filing on ethnicity. I said that also clearly. So I said she's guilty of the two things, including the President of the Republic of Liberia. I'm very clear. President Weah, let me be very clear, never appointed under the doctrine and the definition under the Code of Conduct or nepotism. Your children, your brother, your sister, your wife. Okay. We never appointed a single person appointed to any position in government of the Republic of Liberia under the clear-cut definition of nepotism, under the Code of Conduct, and those who are affected.
Thank you, great. Thank you. We got to move on. For dinner, we gave you time to speak. Make your point, VP. We got to show respect to the CEO. Make your point, sir.
May God bless you. May God bless you. Fellow Liberians, we love the president. We want him to do well. I stated clearly that the appointment of Dr. Kamano to be the acting head of the NFIL is a violation of the Act. Section 4.9b of the NFIL Act states clearly that in the absence of the Director General, the Deputy for Technical Services must take responsibility, must act in his absence. As we speak, the Director General of the NFIL has been dismissed. So this act must be respected. The only reason why this act was created, because the crafter of the act, they were aware that in instances, the Director General will be out. And there must be an immediate subordinate. And they said the Deputy for Technical Services must fill in that gap. In the absence of the Director General of NFIL, Section 4.9b, the Deputy for Technical Services must fill in a gap.
Thank you.
So what are we talking here?
Thank you very much, my brother Mandela Patrick.
CEO, if I may, just for 30 seconds.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Brother, thank you. We gotta go, VP, please. VP, please. VP, we can't give you no more time. You made that point already. 30 seconds to you, Kano, please.
You know, VP's rendition of the act is normally in place when this is a normal functioning of the entity, meaning the Director General leaves for a travel, some other professional engagement, other people are not there, then the natural organizational chart moves into place. Where there are accusations of dereliction of duty, malfeasance, widespread corruption, lack of accountability for vehicles, an investigation where people have been recommended for even prosecution, the normal functioning of the organogram does not operate because senior management itself is under attack at this point in time. So you cannot place the institution within senior management and people that may be complicit. The act gives the board the right of oversight. That is why the president went back to the board and said, let there be an interim administrator. You understand? This is corporate governance and business law. I teach contract law. These are things you have to understand. So this is why the president acted in a way he did. May I end now, VP? You spoke back. You will not have, for example.
Let's move on.
Yes, I agree with you, CEO, because VP don't want to
move on. At the end of the day, I want to say to all of you, it was a great discussion. We hope you have your say. We got to move on to the next topic. It's 6:43, 10:43 in Liberia. I think if we continue on this path, or if this government continue on this path, when traversal, I think this president will be proving himself to be that leader that would not listen to himself, but he will listen to the people that run this thing. And I think it's a good thing. It's a good day today. what the president did. I do believe it is, Emmanuel. I'm not going to take any side here. I do believe it is. Now we can put a political spin because of party, we understand. But the president followed the recommendation of the board. This thing been for 11 months. Jose Yima Bwakakwa woken up one morning and said, I fire you. But he listened to the board, the back and forth communication, the recommendation, and he took action today. Bravo to JMB. I should say that.
Good. And it's a good point.
We gotta move on.
This is important. This is important.
No, we gotta move on.
You're allowing Jackie to talk, and you don't want me to talk. It's wrong. It's wrong, Stephen. You're not acting fair.
Yeah, my man, stop. You spoke, everybody know. When we go to the next one, you can bring this one. We gotta move on. I beg you. We don't have enough time here. We're begging that with all due respect. With all due respect, everybody gets something to say. Let's keep some. We're begging your please. Okay. The next, which will be important, I got to call Sir Joseph on the Hotel Africa issue. If not, we can call Sir Joseph tomorrow. But have you guys considered the other topic for today? After now we discuss this issue, what's going on here? I hope I was able to give you all of the information. Let's briefly talk about CDC. The gentleman came on the show. We played his clip. It was very clear. Everybody listened to the clip. Today, Councillor Fonati Kofa dismisses his claim, and I think CDC said they have regrouped as per our brother Vandela Patrick, and they will be doing the groundbreaking on Saturday the 18th. I want us to go into that, and we got one more topic for today. Give it your best shot, folks. It's only important for us to do this. Do you think what you heard yesterday was addressed sufficiently today? Let me play the great Councillor J. Fonati Kofa clip.
Party members. And in a press conference given by your committee, spearheaded by you, you said, if I'm straight up the numbers, that I think 18% of contributors are from the ruling establishment. Are those people with
area, and we are interested, you know, so we're not going to disparage anyone. We are in negotiations, and when it's finalized, there will be acquisition.
There are those who are what I want to term conspiracy theorists. Those who have said all this is just the latest attempt by the CDC to raise pseudo alarm, and that there's some attack when there isn't one. You planted your own agent to create more publicity and to make it look like the CDC is under attack. What do you have to say to those who are saying that it's your own thing that you just planted, and to come out and make it look like the party is under attack?
Okay, so when people run out of ideas, they come up with some dumb theories, right? And that's one of the dumbest theories. Why would what benefit would I get from bringing land dispute as a way of playing victim, when that alone would have distracted or would have caused a commotion for the event that I'm trying to have? I'm trying to bring as many people to the side as possible. Then I will create a situation where maybe I don't own it. No. So again, we have to pay attention. These folks are desperate.
So these folks, which folks are you?
Well, the ruling party and their surrogates and their stooges that come out with their dispatch to put on this so-called thing they call propaganda, because they only understand, okay, only thing they understand is propaganda, and it is failing by the day, because like people have caught onto it, okay, they have caught onto it. So these lies, these machinations, this use of state resources to witch hunt people, to do all these kind of things are not working anymore. So to say we caused this is only the latest attempt to cover up a failed plan to disrupt the program on the 18th.
The CDC as an opposition force, what fear factor do they strike according to you? The ruling establishment is coming up with all sorts of things. What sort of fear factor do they strike in the ruling UP?
Well, you just have to look at the evidence. Every time they say CDC, the people go berserk. They go crazy with hate. They go crazy with confusion. All those kind of things. Just look at it. You know, the arrival of President Weah caused police to go out there in helmets and all of that, okay, to try to prevent that momentum. It didn't. Okay, the very thing they were preventing our partisans from doing when President Weah arrived, they did it when President Boyka arrived with the rented crowds.
You say rented crowds?
Yeah. So, but you saw the video. This is not something I'm going to say. The woman say, "I'm here for my benefit." Okay, because somebody told us, if you go there tomorrow, you will get your benefit. All right. So this second attempt, this attempt to disrupt the party headquarters is the fear of the CDC, and we all know that.
The proposed site is just right along the Totman Boulevard, and
okay, so I mean, a very powerful interview by Spoon Network this morning. Damos Slanger visited Councillor Kofa. Let's talk about this briefly. I'm going to come to you, Winfred Russell. We're going to go through this line. Today, we saw the former president, George Manneh. We have visited the Southwest.
Is going on. That's your three. That's your three.
What's going on, Winfred? Let's talk to the independent and non-sedition for a second here. What's actually going on? Now you're seeing the exuberance, you're seeing the celebration, you're seeing the power. We outside, we coming. Your kind. Bakuba is the 18 we coming. What say you?
Well, yeah, it seemed like a very robust celebration, but I'm going to pass on my contribution to this segment, and I will punt it to my brother there, Councillor Bala.
No, if you pass, you pass. You pass, you pass. But why you care not to speak to this? Why?
No, I don't want to make any contribution today. So I will save my contribution for another topic.
Okay, we respect that though. You're playing the fifth on the CDC issue. Let me bring in Sis Jackie, then we'll go to Councillor. Jackie, what are you seeing out there? What's going on with the noise today? The gentleman called Safi came and said they want to buy my property, they want to give me grappy money, 5,000 first, and pay me later. You know, sedition went crazy today, saying that's a lie. They may want to go to court. The court dismisses the claim and everything. I mean, talk to me, Jackie. CDC is regrouping.
Stanton, I said, I think some shows ago that I'm happy that since the court ruled that CDC be evicted from the previous residence that they had occupied, which was being leased. I'm glad, as a person, I'm glad that CDC is a major party in Liberia. I'm glad to see that they have found a new location and building their new party headquarters. Liberia, look, we all know the issue with land in Liberia is not new, it's not unique to CDC. Everybody faces that problem. So I'm not going to say too much to that. The only thing is, I wonder why and maybe Kev and other seditionists on the show can answer it. Why are they doing groundbreaking if the land issue itself has not been fully resolved? I think from Representative Kofa's comment, he said that they're still negotiating, all of the land area, though some of it may have been finalized or what have you. But why do groundbreaking when you're still in negotiations to acquire the land that you're looking for to build your facility, your new facility on? That's the only question I have. But other than that, it's good to see that CDC is building or plans to build a new headquarters. That's good.
That's good. So let's come to the councillor. Councillor Kanu Bagbara. It's important to note that CDC say they are obtained the land, but so many stories today, did they buy the land? Are they leasing the land? Was they paid for 300,000 plus? Is the gentleman say 5,000 grabbing money? But let's leave that story for a second. Look at the crowd. The people are ready to come outside. Councillor?
Well, I mean, it is not surprising that seditions are excited to come out. CDC has always been a vibrant and passionate party, even in the face of what I may call sometimes a dereliction of leadership and duty, which I've put on a record. I have said before that the original loss of the party headquarters was not due to any political manipulation or machination for any reason. I think it was just sheer dereliction of duty. Akaros knows this, Jeff knows this, Kev knows this, Janga Kowo knows this. And the previous headquarters was not lost because anybody wrestled it away from the CDC. It was just lost because of simply a dereliction of leadership and duty, void of listening to advice. So now here's the CDC on the cusp of breaking ground for a new party headquarters. I think it's good for our democracy. But like Jackie just pointed out, the conversation from Councillor Kofa says that there are negotiations. I just hope that, Councillor Kofa being a learned councillor, I'm not very sure how much, space he had in the advice regarding the previous headquarters. Now that he leads this process, hopefully the missteps, of the previous headquarters that led to the loss of the previous headquarters, are remedied in this headquarters for the sake of ordinary citizens who believe in an institution that many times will make decisions that don't serve the best interests of ordinary citizens. So look, by all means, go and break ground and, go and have a new headquarters. But if a lot of these contestations are not resolved, again, the solace, and that's where they differ with me, and that's where they have a problem with me. They always say, oh, it's because of politics. Yes, politics is a blood sport. It's a zero-sum game. People are fighting for opportunities. But you don't neglect to perform what you should perform, then you blame it on politics. For example, if there's zero due diligence put into place to ensure that this acquisition is being done in line with law, and therefore there are legal challenges, don't go sit back and start looking for people to blame because you didn't do your due diligence. And CDC has not been bereft of learned lawyers who can advise accordingly. But I think what is happening is whether those lawyers are being listened to, the CDC legal lawyers. The same thing that they lost the previous headquarters. The CDC legal lawyers gave numerous advice, which they ignored, that led to the losing of the headquarters. Now it is here again today. I don't know, but again, I think like Jackie said, it's good for multi-party democracy. It's good for this to happen. But when a lot of people put their hope and trust in you to lead, I think that kind of additional duty requires something deeper, a sense of responsibility, and not just, the Unity Party want to deprive of our headquarters. And I say this as a sedition. The Unity Party want to do this to us. They won't do that to us. No. Are you exercising proper due diligence? Jeff almost cried on me when we lost the last headquarters to my house. I broke out a bottle of Jack, we drank it, and I told him, I said, my man, this is the kind of failure of leadership that we talk about. But anyway, these are the kind of things that are happening, and that's my little candid opinion. Yeah.
Since I didn't exhaust my 2 minutes, can I say something for 30 seconds? Not for 2 minutes. I don't want to exhaust. No, just 30 seconds.
No, we spoke, Jackie. Let's go to Conor Gray. Let's go to Conor Gray. We'll come back. I bet.
When Kando has been using the word dereliction of duties. It's not only today. I think 3 or 4 times. There was the campaign spokesman. What is dereliction of duty? Part of the definition. Did he perform the task? Did he spread the message of CDC appropriately to secure the victory? That's dereliction of duty. Define it. Stand on your good way. Who won't go fireplace? That's dereliction of duty. Do you think you are the best? Like you said to sedition, that is insulting to say the people will celebrate, even sometimes when the leadership take wrong decision. He said it. He insinuated that. But can you, to be campaign spokesman of CDC, do you think that was the best decision of the party when the grassroots did not understand your tone and voice?
Can you say he was handicapped?
Excuse me, no, but then you resign. Assuming that you're handicapped, you resign professionally. Man, come on, tell me that, Stanton.
Ask him.
I didn't hear him saying it, but maybe I was saying on the show. But Stanton, on a serious note, you can't insult sedition to say to celebrate any decisions that leaders take. You are a sedition, can you? You have not been suspended or removed from the party. I heard that the leadership position you had a policy head, right? You have a policy. What the policy document you presented? Can you present a copy to Stanton? Your policy is a big, yeah. Answer now. Go further, yeah.
Can you?
Yeah. Oh, no, I was just waiting for Gray to end so I could respond. You know, truth telling is good for the soul, and I can understand that Gray has an aversion to introspection, and probably he doesn't want to offend, because I know the times that I and Gray had really had to have conversation, he was very forthcoming. It's only on this public platform that Gray decides to be this hardcore, non-conformist. May I continue?
Let me answer you, please.
May I go? It's only on this platform that Gray becomes this hardcore, non-conformist. I will combat the end sedition. But off the cameras, we speak freely. We speak very clearly about the challenges of the CDC, and Gray knows this very well. All right. I don't tap my own CEO, but I challenge any other partisan to show who went to 11 of the 15 counties alongside President Weah. I was there. And even as I was going, I made sure I was on every major platform communicating the gains of the CDC administration. I couldn't come to Spoon like I told you, because Kev then made the decision that we shouldn't come to Spoon. And they argued. Even Gray over there was part of that decision. He's there today.
Are you taking back your time, Gray? Are you taking back your time?
Yeah, I'm
Gray was part of that decision of not coming to
Did you say
Spoon.
Kev stopped you from coming here?
That's why I'm telling, but Gray, what I'm saying is that
I'll hold you right there. He's taking back his time, can you? Allow Gray to finish up, right?
Start on. Since November 4th, 2024, at 12:15 p.m., I received a missed call on the number that you have on Canyo. Let me repeat. I cannot show any conversation that we've had. You know, I'm a very straight person, and records speak for themselves. Canyo is not one of those that will ever sit and discuss internal matter with the CDC. Nah, not possible. I don't want to be personal, but I've been blunt with you. Not possible. I don't lie. Never. I would never do that. Canyo was appointed after the election. I heard a policy of the party. It's a statutory committee that I asked the question, did you present a single policy paper or document? Sometimes it's very important for people character integrity. That's the question I asked. But since he did not answer it, and he cannot present a single document to you, okay? But when you begin to insult sedition, I'm taking a bite as a sedition. When you talk about derelation or detail, Canyo, to be frank with you, you were not a proper spokesperson. The message was not clear. If that message was
because you're stopping him from coming on Spoon.
No, excuse me now.
You have to stop him. That's what he said.
Yeah, let me tell you this, Stanton. At no point in time I stopped anybody from coming on Spoon. Let me say this to you. At no point in time, we've had this conversation before. I made my decision that I wasn't coming on Spoon. I told you, I made it emphatically clear. When Boba Modu was said that he would not, when he said Modu would not be coming on Spoon because he let you down, I stood publicly and took that decision. This is the party chairman. When Stanton announced that either Maggio or two of the president will call before Modu.
But you attacked her, you told her not to come on Spoon.
After Modu, hold on. After Modu.
Yeah, but Kyle said you told her not to come on Spoon. You did.
He attacked her. He attacked everybody who decided to come on Spoon.
Hold on.
My
let me
man,
clear
we're not
one.
here to can't talk about your CDC thing.
No,
We
but
don't have
hold on.
that thing in
But
our
let the man talk. Let the man
No,
talk.
no.
Maybe I yell to talk about it.
It's very important because, like I said, truth telling, you see, I was annoyed and I went public and said that. I was very clear. Okay? I never ever prevented 12 from ever coming on Spoon Talk. Never ever in my life. I have never done
But
that.
you
I
are
don't
talking
even
viciously when you told him not to come.
or Samuel Tuer to tell him not to come. That is childish to ever think that I would tell Samuel Tuer not to come on a radio station. I don't even have control over Tuer like that. It's not possible. I've never would tell him.
But why were you attacking him?
But there's the issue here. There's the
You're going
issue
in your
here.
party, your toilet.
There's the issue here. There's the issue here.
Don't do that.
The CDC has a
That's the best part of the show, VP. Stop.
That's the best part of the show.
But I was surprised to see Akaras here because Akaras was one of those who led the campaign and said 12 to not come here. He went after 12.
Hold on now. I said publicly, Stanton, you know about that. I did not have my feeling in the public that I wasn't coming on Spoon, and I gave my position why I wasn't coming. I don't go behind the scene.
So we got
This is
So
what
we lost the election. Now you want Spoon.
Let me conclude.
The others.
Let me
Yeah,
conclude.
please.
Let me conclude and say this to you. The CDC campaign, the entire campaign team, I had no position on it. I didn't care about it. Okay. I didn't care about it, so I didn't make decision in that direction. Everybody knew here on the show. But there's the issue here is that when you begin to point one finger at someone, you're pointing all of the fingers because you play cardinal rules in the CDC. I feel that you have insulted citizens tonight to tell them that there are a group of people who just jump behind party decisions. That is an insult. That means you were jumping behind party decisions similarly. But because you
No,
are taking
there's no insult. I deny insult sedition. I criticize leadership.
You say Akaras great no.
Akaras, we gotta move on. Finish up, Akaras.
And because you are taking a second thought and hustling for a little job, like you say, I'm looking for 2029. I'm going to contest for 2029. So you just want to destroy everything that you stood for yesterday. The CDC has no crisis of land issue. The CDC did not neglect its responsibility to purchase that land. There were a lot of
You guys are employed. You're unemployed. How can I be hustling?
Can you hold on? Let me finish.
We gotta finish. We gotta leave our back here, sir.
A lot of legal ramifications. We are going there. And we expect you to be there on Saturday as a sedition. We even expect your contribution because you are still a member of the CDC.
Thank you, Greg. We're going to bring in Emmanuel George. But then our Patrick Jones. Emmanuel, let's go back to this issue. You know, listen, I pass whether people coming or ain't coming. We'll make this show
exactly.
And we'll with our message. But let us go ahead, Emmanuel. What you saw today at the groundbreaking site, Emmanuel, this something is happening with CDC. The people waiting to come out. They are eager. They are hungry. They want to see Joey there. Joey appeared today with fire. Well, I mean, what say you?
Well, let me start by saying, first of all, congratulating my brothers in the CDC for the bold step of acquiring land to build the party headquarters. I think this week or last week, the Unity Party also made a statement that they are going to build a new headquarters. So something is happening in the political system. But stand up. Former President George Weah is popular. He's a popular Liberian. Liberians love him. They have strong respect for him. And wherever former President Weah appears, there will always be a crowd. Many of us follow him during the Civil War. He was our icon. He was that strong Liberian face out there. So it's not strange. Maybe the challenge we have was his leadership. And that's where we have our challenge. But definitely, let me congratulate the CDC for the bold step they have taken. But to take this conversation further is that we continuously have this crisis with land ownership. And I don't know how we can solve this issue. The Sedif government did not solve it. The Weah government did not solve it. We continue to have this situation. Every land you purchase in Liberia have more than one owner. And you have to go to court, you got to go through the system. It's just frustrating. So I hope we form the land commission to solve this problem, but it seems like those who are working on the commission have no idea how to solve this problem. So we'll continuously have this situation. But again, let me congratulate my brothers in the CDC. You guys have taken a bold step by teaching every one of us else in the political space that we should build political institutions. So congratulations to the CDC.
Well, you congratulate them, and we see nothing yet. They're probably going to be going to court, or you just saying that you must do it because you won't play it safe?
Well, it's not a matter of playing safe. I think that from the conversation I'm hearing, and I may be wrong, what I'm hearing is that they have secured one of the lands. They are in negotiation for the second property, and it's the second property that seems to be in dispute. But again, we have been having this land crisis in Liberia for so long. As far back as 1978, when my father purchased his land in Bannersville Estate, he had to pay for that land twice. So I hope we'll be able to solve this problem. Seriously.
Thank you very much. Kev, let's hear you. Your political leader, Dr. George Manawia, went over there and he caused a problem. A lot of people refusing to leave the street, and, and people want to see him. And I believe the traffic, we can announce, anyone taking that road, anyone in that area, you guys got to just govern yourself accordingly on Saturday. What I'm hearing, that place is going to be jam-packed like hell. And I think it will be fine. It will be something to talk about. Talk to me, Kev.
Let me actually debunk what Jackie said. We are not in negotiation about the land. The land is ours. We bought it. Period. People need to understand that there's a serious minded people within the CDC. Serious people. People who have achieved. We have a standard bearer who is worldwide known, who was recognized by an African icon, Nelson Mandela, as a serious man. This is a serious business we're here for. This is not a play. This is not like the Unity Party government who playing games with the Liberian people. This is not Joseph Boakai, who is not well respected among his peers. We are talking about George Manneh Weah. And I'll repeat his name, George Manneh Weah, who some of us who use his name during the war to survive in the refugee camp. No, it is my brother Stanton, you never left Liberia during the war. You may not know this. You never left Liberia.
But let's go back to the party headquarters, my man. Let's do the two. We gotta go home.
Let me.
Yeah. Let's do the two. We gotta go home, man. Leave me here, but leave me like the war.
So you may not know how important this man is. So he's serious. He will not obtain a land that is fraudulent. So everything that happened in yesterday and this is all made up and executed by the Unity Party. But let me ask you this, Stanton Weatherspoon. Stanton Weatherspoon, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Why are the Unity Party so afraid of CDC having a headquarters?
Why would the people be afraid when 80% of
our answer.
Oh, sorry.
So our answer, Kev, after my brother Vendetta, Patrick, and Jefferson speak, Kev, I will answer your question. VP, let's hear you, my friend.
From day one, I support the idea of any political party to have a headquarters. But if you begin to market such a construction as a market product coming in the market and asking consumers to rush to it, then it becomes a problem. I have said consistently, and I want to reiterate tonight, the CDC that I know is an ideology, it's not a party headquarters. I repeat, the CDC that I know, it is an ideology. It is in their mind. They can go on the sea. They can live anywhere. If they say they believe in their party, that's their party. But since this process started, you keep making, we have heard more about this party headquarters driving us away from the substantial issue. But this time, I would have expected these collaborating political parties that made up the CDC at the time, some of them have gone away, for a robust and intentional reconciliation process to be carried out. Like I said in the chat room, you got to develop, a strategy to reconcile your partisans. You can build the best modern structure in this country as a headquarters. If the people you offended, the people who are putting their resources in the CDC, if they don't believe that they are being in the new building makes sense, they will not go there. Make no mistake. Prior to coming to power, you had a consistent 29%. 2005, CDC stood alone. You got that number. 2011, the same thing. You won JMB in 2017 when other people say, you know what, this boy now suffer for letting too much. Let's get that time. That's how everybody came to power. Kim surrounded CDC. You won with 62%. It is despicable that within 6 years, the popularity reduced from 62% to come at this level.
Stop talking this nonsense, man.
You were talking, nobody give me chance. My point here is,
Patrick, he got to speak. Go ahead, PG.
Yeah, let me conclude on this. The construction of the party headquarters is good because you were evicted from the other era is good. But it's about time to build alignments, reconcile your people. You listen to some of your, when they look at it to be joke, your people come in, we don't want all these things. It affects the credibility of the party. For me, I know some of you, look at what you guys were doing here on the platform. I don't think you people should come here and discuss what happened beyond CDC on this platform. That should be reserved. This is what we call political maturity. When somebody open the corridor to come and market yourself in stupidity, don't do it because you have your eyes on the ball. But you come here, you argue, and some of the things that has no meaning for us on this platform. But again, let me just say this. The guys that are in power, they know how to take power. They know how to nurture power. They know how to protect power. You, when we used to tell you, fire this person is corrupt, you say we're not clear. That is the reason why you are landing in opposition today. Why it's true that every political institution has challenges, but this is a marathon. As we are running, the other people are watching. I don't want to say about other opposition political parties, but whether you like it or not, the UP categorize the CDC as the attacker for 2029 with no respect to other parties. So your approach should be completely different because they are strategizing. And believe me, I think if they are moving in the direction as they are to reach out to other people while you are concerned building party headquarters, well, I'm not going. But
thank you, Vandera.
49% may come.
Thank you, Vandera. Jefferson, let's hear you.
Stanton, first thing, let me register something here, right? You gave other people 4 minutes to talk, 5 minutes. When I'm talking, you cut me off. I think it's unfair. Jackie Mill.
It's unfair because you're newcomer. No, I gotta address this. I gotta address it. You and everybody will not have the same time. You Johnny just come. So we'll interrupt you, my friend. Seriously.
You saw the show, Jackie and Kanye lied on the kind of powerful network, and you allow it to slide.
My man, talk about your party.
I sent to you.
Show the woman some respect. Don't say the woman kind of lie. Show her some respect here.
No, I said she and Kanye.
No. Don't say she kind of lie. Don't do that.
Provided false information. I sent you the screenshot. You refused to put it up. You refuse to put, but let me come. Everything Vandela has said here is complete gibberish. It makes no sense, and I think he shouldn't even be saying that. Can you talk about having a leadership issue And I agree with Kanye that the party made a mistake. Our leadership made a mistake by making the party spokesperson for our campaign because he did a very poor and terrible job. That was the true mistake we made, Kanye. And I said, you shouldn't have made that mistake. You were the least among who were supposed to communicate our campaign information. You were among the least. You shouldn't have even held that position. I felt that mistake was a terrible mistake, and it cost us a lot during our election. You are among the least people that should have been selected to be a campaign spokesperson. Wow. However, Stanton, you play the video. That video you play, it shows that those people you see on the street there, they're not just the real citizen here, though. Those people are the victims of this government bad and poor performance. Those people are the victim of this government corruption. Those people are the people who their relatives are falsely imprisoned at the JFK hospital because they cannot afford the high costs of medicine at the JFK. Those are the people who their businesses are breaking down. Those are the people who their family members are being placed out of jobs because of this government poor performance. Those are the people who cannot afford to travel from Salaye to Ponchema because the $10 million that should be used to help construct that road is being used to build Bwaka personal a home in Foya. Those are the people you see celebrating the real citizen come out yet. And believe me, you will see on that day, citizens will turn out in the numbers to send a strong message to this government that they failed, they're failing, and they will fail. Because their policy and the financial management is crippling the country and pushing Liberians more into hardship and poverty. This is why you see the people. It's not about the party's building of structure. It's not. It's not. The CDC is not in the structure. It's in our blood. It's in our soul. So it's not about the structure. It's about the people, the Liberian people turning up to say to this government, we are tired with your bad governance, your corruption, and the failure, and your broken promises. Those are the people that will be turning up to tell us, hey, look, we support you. Build your party headquarters. And that is what's going to happen. I sent the act to you, please. Read the Pole Okanio and Jackie misinform your listener, and we must be clear about it. They continue to do it on the show. And Kanye, you need to start lying on people here. You just lie on Honorable Gray.
So can we vote now?
I've never had this kind of conversation. You need to stop that. You need to be
clear to your point and
make your case.
We're going to leave you. Thank you very much, Jefferson Chesson. Thank you very much. Guys, we want to say thanks to all of you for joining us while we wind this thing down. Just another day. We will be back tomorrow to have a wonderful program. We got maybe 38 more minutes live, and we'll be winding this thing down. Let me say, concerning the CDC party headquarters, Emmanuel, I think that's a good thing. I want to agree today with Funati Kofa. Opposition political party should be afraid. They should be concerned if they are not afraid. A very opposition political party have a good game plan. If you cannot stop CDC now, and this thing should go into 2027, 2028, you'll be seeing what CDC said 2022, 2021, 2023, and they were taken out. I'm concerned because CDC, the reason why they are building that party headquarters is to rejuvenate, recalibrate, regroup, and put anything you want to put on there and be a Vendetta Patriot. And when you allow them to regroup, they will be stronger more than ever before. I speak to non-sedition. They say, Stanton, they ain't going anywhere. I said, then, well, what about Unity Party? You just can sit and say they ain't going anywhere. You just can sit. The Unity Party performance should be able to stop CDC. Emmanuel Winfrey, is it happening today? No, it's not. It's not to the expectation of the Liberian people. Look at district number 17, the second largest district in Mosserado County. We're talking about kicking them out, and people say it's okay because we got to bring in development. You think those poor people that you're taking the children from schools, Emmanuel, closing down the clinics, closing down the marketplace, the mosques, the church, displaying them and saying you guys will be displaced. Do you think 78,000 of them, 28,000 eligible voters, it will be more 2029? Do you think they will appreciate the fact that we can just kick them out? And we say now you're talking about, don't worry about CDC. I am concerned about CDC. I don't have no political party, but I'm eventually I supported Joseph Yababwaka. I'm independent free agent today, but I will say this to you. It is concerning. The people will pay Unity Party back. They will. So we got to change course. We got to talk about the bread and butter issue. We got to talk about the people. That's why they will come up in the numbers to go and celebrate that groundbreaking. Whether they get 500, the people will say we're going there. Imagine, look at the motorcyclists. We stop them from getting to town. Beautiful idea, but there's nothing in there to help them make the money they used to make. We say you'll stay in the community and we left them. Bringing people homes, and we say don't worry about CDC. I do worry about CDC. CDC is the biggest political opposition party today. They were just there. They got a lot of problems. We're going to discuss it. But I do worry about CDC. So Unity Party have to do better, or one opposition political party got to do more than what CDC is doing. The CMC, the ANC, the ACAB, the NPP, they have to, decision will be made, my friend. And I rest on that though. CDC built a party headquarters that the people will see, that they will be feeling, they say, yes, we're back home. That the children will be put on the street to play again in the party headquarters. If anybody come on any talk show and say, don't worry about CDC, my friend, you are enemy of progress to Unity Party. Because you must tell the Unity Partisan that we are worried about CDC. One very big guy called me and said, don't worry about CDC. I said, I understand. Are you going to break down the people's homes in District 17? He said, that's our problem. I said, yeah. And we get many more to say. Will you tell the Liberian people where you get 10 million from to bid or presidential bidder in Lofa County? That's your problem. We can go down the line. So we are concerned. And I think the government have more time than Winfrey Russell will say to change things, to do even more better, to address the issue that is affecting our country. So CDC will build a party headquarters. That's what happened. These guys there, I don't trust them. They are Karen Scree, the Kano Bagbara, the Jefferson Chelsea. I'm not worrying about Kev Hassan. He's not changing. He will go in the grave with Joe Weah. But these three guys there, they will go across the street and they are independent. Look at what Kano doing. Oh, I support CDC, but I'm supporting Joseph Baga agenda. Take a position. Kano, listen, you're a citizen. Look at what our brother Toma Fala doing. I support the Papa agenda, but I'm an independent. No, we don't trust you, Toma Fala. Look at what Sir Joseph doing. Our PAP. No, when the time comes, these guys are going to go back home. The guys and they are agents. Kano Barbara is an agent, he's a Mozart. Kano is a Mozart. He's an agent, he's an M5, M6. We cannot trust Kano. We can't. Kano is not in this for job or money. You know that. Kano got a job, he got a money. Petition. But guess what happened?
But see, who the winner? Because you not behind Joseph Baga.
So my thing is that I want to
But you
close
see
on this.
what just say here is what you just say. You two, you independent. You was supporting the woman, so you Mozatu.
So that CEO can forget, he can go back home, then he can jump my husband.
What I'm saying here is that Kanye said he's a sedition, Winfred Russell, right? He didn't say I was. He said I am a sedition.
But I never renounced my membership on the party. I support you to succeed.
You are just relieved of his response.
And my thing is that
right.
I'm not calling myself. I'm not calling myself a U-base, but I'm saying to myself, I supported Joseph Yimam Boykan. I'm a free agent. Can you say he's a sedition? When the time comes, like we'll be bringing Bwama JV Bwama Daini, and I need Bwama JV Bwama. He will be coming on the show Friday. He will be a panelist here. Kanye will go back and kiss Joe Brain and say he support the agenda that's the central movement of George Manawia. So we gotta be careful. Kanye is not in this for job.
You don't support Joseph Boyka already. I'm supposed to Joseph Boyka. I want Joseph Boyka to succeed. You just leave.
So listen. You will not get me in that rabbit hole. I know when to speak and when not to speak, my brother. And I will leave it like that, okay? You will not get me to say who I support. It's too early. All right, but let's move on, guys. It's been a very interesting show, guys. We got about 30 more minutes. It's good to see Sis Jackie back. Should we just end here and just lecture, or we should move on? Because
you're close now.
What's the next topic you have?
The next topic is the statement from how you call him, Gregory Coleman, concerning DNA machine on Brian McGill and that of the killing of the mentally ill individual.
What happened to the?
We don't have a DNA machine in the country, or the one we had that George we had left back. Apparently, it's not functioning well. So Gregory Coleman is saying they need to go outside of the country to get DNA machine to do the testing for Brian McGill. Like I said the last time, Brian McGill lawyer, Councilor Gould, who is the chairman now for ANC, he's demanding a DNA testing. He said he just don't want this case to die. They wish the government can do a DNA testing to be very clear and prove that Brian McGill is not a rapist. And the government said we do not. So for this reason, Gregory Coleman cannot charge Brian McGill. And I think where we are right now, a lot of doubt, a lot of confusion. So let's discuss it, and we'll discuss the killing of the mentally ill individual, and then maybe we can close the show. What say you? The government lacking a DNA machine, Winfred Russell. There's none right now.
I think that is a critical piece of equipment that is needed, and we should be doing our full due diligence when it comes to these issues, and I'm sure the councilor here would definitely appreciate that. And so we cannot leave any stone unturned, so to speak. And so the police are trying to do the best they can and do everything they can, because just as we are trying to ensure that this young lady, this young girl, has justice, the suspect, we also have to protect his rights too as well. So if we cannot, find a DNA machine in the country to do some sort of an analysis, wherever we can find it, I think it is critically important that that is done, because we don't want to put an innocent person, quote unquote, an innocent person in jail. So let's, it will be to the benefit of the young woman and her family, and it will also be to the benefit of the alleged suspect. So I think the police are doing the right thing. I think Gregory Coleman is doing the right thing, and he's just trying to do his due diligence, and that's part of what fine police work is. They're not jumping to conclusion. They were doing the hardcore investigative work to ensure that nothing is left unturned. So I applaud the Liberian National Police for taking this direction.
Thank you very much. Let's hear you, Councillor. I'm not Councillor Gould, but let's hear you, Akara Square. What do you think, though? Is it too late? I mean, Gregory Coleman, is he right? And just allow us to play Gregory Coleman's own statement. That would be better. That will bring you in, Honorable Greg.
He served. From the last update on the Brian McGill case, we were at the point where his phone was being analyzed. We had exhausted that of the cell phone tower records, which supported his alibi, and we had two last steps, and that was one, the analysis of his phone, and that of the DNA testing. The phone analysis has come back, and we still have not found anything incriminating in the phone to have him charged. So at this point, the last thing we're looking at will be if we can find any other information from the DNA analysis. Unfortunately, the machines here are not working, so we've asked for help, and we're still waiting for response from the governments that we've asked for help on this issue. And let me say this: we're investigators. We cannot allow.
60,000, 75,000 for DNA machine. Akara Square, let's hear you. Are there others in jail right now without DNA testing?
Uncountable. That's where I will come. Uncountable. And this is very unfair. Also arrested by the police. Placed behind bars with all DNA testing. Just for probable cause. And there is sufficient justification for probable cause. The female, the lady, the girl in question, the police established that there was forceful penetration by the report from the medical place that is sent the girl and her father to. It's established that there was forceful penetration. That her underclothes were torn. She consistently calling a particular name. Send your reporter tomorrow to Central Prison and see how many persons being barred for rape in this country with all a DNA result, a test. This is selective justice. When you say no DNA machine, then I question the government because there were 4 DNA machines between 2018 to 2023. Our HD 0251, our HD 501, the second. Our HD 0487, the third. Our HD 0631, the fourth. In 12 years, Jackie then could not bring 1 DNA machine to the country. In 6 years, we ensure that we have 4 in this country under our administration. No other administration. 12 years, don't say I negotiated because none came under your administration. For you to say that the machine is 4, Stanley, you're talking about 65. Sometimes you know one of the negotiations. You're talking about $65,000 to save our young people from being raped and abused. And this government cannot buy a DNA machine if they say it was done because they spoiled it. The lab, everything was created. They spoiled it for rent, everything was provided. Jackie knows about that. I can plug all the records and send it all to you. The public record. Okay, so it's an excuse. Have they been in opposition today? God forbid. Jeff. Call Jeff name. Call Keith name. Call Akara's name. People on the show trying to accuse Jeff. Call him. But they don't have the courage. Jackie does not have the courage as a female on the show. And I persisted on her to call for the arrest of that man because he's a rape victim under the age of 14. Established by the police where they sent the girl, they were established that she was tampered with. Everything was presented to the police. Sealed. And Gregory playing hanky-panky because you want to protect a unity party who supported President Boyka. Is that how we're going to run the country? And when we talk, then they say, oh, and they can't get arrested anyone. But you know what it says to me? The court should release all the other people because there's no DNA result. That's why it says that all of those who are behind bars, some people been behind bars over a year, they have not yet been investigated. I mean, taken to court consistently over a year. Check the record. Go there tomorrow. But because there's a top-notch official of the Unity Party, a government that defends rape and don't oppose rape, because to fight rape is to stand against your own voice automatically. That's why
thank you, Greg.
DNA.
Greg, thank you very much.
Then it just opens a Pandora box that anything happen in the country now.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, go do DNA tests in South Africa or in Ghana or in any other country. Is they are going to run this country? Is this the rest?
Great, thank you. Let me bring Jackie in. Jackie, without interruption, guys, allow Jackie to speak freely. Jackie, go ahead.
Stanton, as a mother and a female, I will be the first to condemn, and I say on the show all the time, rape, the act of a rape, a molesting a little child or a minor. It's, I mean, that's something that I don't even want to imagine or even think about, much yet hear about it. That it could possibly happen to anybody's child. So we all, again, our hearts go out to the young lady in question, and I trust that she's receiving the proper counseling and is being protected in her environment to avoid stigmatization and any other forms of possible backlash just because she decided as a young lady to come forward. But having said that, on the flip side, I listened to the IG statement. You have two different types of evidence. You got a circumstantial evidence that's out there, and then you got a real physical evidence, that like forensic evidence, which includes DNA testing. And according to the IG, they did send out the specimen, and they're waiting for the feedback on that. And whatever comes out of that DNA doesn't lie, science doesn't lie. And I hope it will really bring forward the hardcore evidence. The other evidence in any situation, whether it's digital phone calls, they talk about the telephone, the mapping of where the accused individual was at the time of the situation that took place, and so forth. So I trust that the government is doing all they can. Yes, the alleged person is innocent until proven guilty, but if he did this act, there should be no mercy, because when it comes to a child, it is our duty, a minor, to protect every single child who is out there, because that's somebody's daughter. So I just have to say that, and it's a very, very sad situation. I just want to urge our LNP to speed up this process so that justice can be served on both sides.
Jackie, thank you. Let me ask you a question, Jackie. Somebody playing something in the back. The incident took place August 30th, the last day of August. Today is the 15th of October, over 45 days. Over 45 days. For the record, Brian McGill is saying, country reporting to the police whenever they need him. He and his lawyer present themselves. But it is concerning that Gregory Kuma can say, well, the cell phone geospatial not connecting, the man car was in there, who cares? This is another thing that we say the man is innocent. I'm not saying Brian did it though. But a 14-year-old recognized Brian, call his name. If for any reason Gregory keeping him up there, that's fine. It's up to Gregory. For us to say, well, we got to wait for DNA testing, and we don't have the machine in the country, Jackie, how did Gregory Comer and the court put the other people in jail? What did they use then to put these other people in jail? What was the evidence? What was the testing? What was the method? Did they do DNA tests, or regardless of DNA tests, they just follow the evidence because people say and put them in jail? Then go release them, Jackie. What do you think?
Just 1 minute.
So,
No. Let Jackie answer. I beg you, sir.
Stanton, the truth is, I really can't answer that. That's a question for the IG. Like I said, there are several. I mean, when it comes to what you call it, criminal matters, there's several layers of evidence, things that connect the dots. Sometimes even you try to connect the dot, you can't connect the dot. But my point here is this: as a mother, as a woman, nobody, I don't care who you are, should play with an innocent child who has been victimized and may have been molested or raped by anybody. I don't care who that person is. Even if that person is my father, I don't care. If it's my dad, I will make sure you go to jail.
Jackie, and thank you for making that point. Let's move on.
And another thing on the DNA machines, I listen to Akaris.
Jackie, go ahead.
For the DNA machines, where did that come from that you said that
so
was
we're not going back there. I want us to keep to the issue. Let's do that on your closing, Jackie, please. Let's keep on the break thing. Go ahead, Akaris, real quick.
Yeah. You know, in 2017, Greg was the director of police. We had a colleague from the Capitol building called Mariah Willie. Similar thing. Gregor Comer arrested him. He was arrested and charged by Gregor Comer for accusation of rape. Similar thing. This time, the girl was not sent to hospital whatsoever, but because of the allegation, he arrested Honorable Mariah Willie of Grand Gilbert County.
So that hold you right there. Vandana Patrick, let's see. You will come to you, Councillor. You have not spoken. Hold on, Jackie. Jackie, I'm trying for us. Jackie, I'm trying for us now to. I'm trying for us now to interrupt. Jackie, I'm trying now to interrupt. Let's give the other people a chance. I beg you, sister. Vandana Patrick, though, it's kind of confusing, right? We are not accusing Brian McGill, VP, but other people in jail for the same reason, right? And the only reason they cannot arrest Brian McGill because there's no DNA testing. Talk to me.
So, first, let me categorically condemn any act of rape in this country. And I think the right to privacy must be protected. Specifically, when you talk about rape, you know, it's an emotional issue. Just 4 days ago, I met a lawyer at the Temple of Justice, you know, want to represent a friend, now in my capacity as a lawyer. And so I became emotional, you know, the way things were going. And they knocked the thing. It's like, hey, my friend, when you come to court, we don't look at tears. We are not moved by emotions. We look at evidence and facts. Sergeant, put him outside. You know, I'm trying to console the guy, so I left. What am I saying? Whether the argument is good that other people were arrested in the past, there were no DNA, and they placed them behind bars. Was that justifiable? I said no. Other people, just by calling their names, this man raped me, they pick them up and they carry them for safekeeping. Some of them, they are still there in South Beach. Was that justifiable? I say no. Today, Brian McGill is also arrested. So people are now saying you arrested other people in the past without DNA tests. So Carolyn made that too.
Brian McGill is not arrested. Brian McGill is not. Brian McGill is not arrested. He's not arrested.
They said the people. I said the people said they should have him arrested and carry him to jail. Maybe I misspoke. Sorry, I'm not saying he's arrested. So other people are saying, like what Akaro said, in the past, people were arrested just by calling your name and they carry them for safekeeping on allegations of rape. There have being a consistency in our direction. In this case, others are saying also, RG, please arrest Brian McGill and carry him to Memorial Central Prison as it was done in the case of other people. This is where I have a problem. And my problem is, if it was wrong yesterday, we condemn. I personally was in prison, not on rape, not on any criminal record, but based on my political opinion. I met a man in prison. The only reason he went to prison, he went in prison on allegation of rape because he had a child with a different lady, and she got married to a different man. He wanted to claim the child, and they put rape charges on him. That the man wanted to tamper with his own daughter. They sent the girl to Ghana. The girl had to tell her school to call the police to explain. That's how he got out. So what we're saying is, if the mistakes were made in the past, how do we correct the mistakes of today? If somebody slapped me yesterday without seeking permission from the court, and another person is doing the same thing, should we slap? So my own is that the RG is in a tight zone as we stand. Correcting the mistake of the past, it means you must be willing to undo certain things, which is very critical. So what I see here is, if there's DNA test, it's a win for everybody. If the police insist that we have to conduct DNA tests to prove any case in the future under the regime that has a resemblance of what transpired, people will argue because law is precedent. The police will already be on the book that in cases of this situation, we have to conduct DNA. In my mind, there will be a win for everybody. But what happened yesterday, we condemn it. We don't also want to appreciate what is happening today. This is my position.
Fadela, thank you. Fadela, then those that are in prison today,
yeah,
without the DNA testing result, can the government release them? Should the government
That's why
release
I'm
them?
saying, if RG insists that the DNA test, but how will the government release?
A serious Pandora box.
Because this one has not been concluded yet. Let the man conduct his test.
So thank you, Fred. I think we have
go
a delay.
on record that in situation of this kind, we got to conduct DNA.
It's okay. Sorry for that.
What?
We're having a little delay. Thank you. Jefferson Chelsea, let me come to
Are
you.
you hearing me
Right?
now?
No, you're good, Fandela. Thank you. You're good. Let's go to Jefferson. Jefferson, let me
Stanton.
come to you. Talk to us.
Thank you. So, Stanton, last week, I had a friend that had to go to the embassy, and I escorted them. And the embassy required a DNA testing. And in less than 3 days, we got the DNA result, and the person took it to the embassy, and whatever happened, right? So DNA testing can be done in this country. It shouldn't be an excuse. It can be done. Chimali is doing DNA testing. I don't see why the government would say, there's no way to do DNA testing. You pay
They said the machine
$500.
broke. Jefferson said the machine broke to Jamali.
No, it's the one at the
Jefferson, I'm telling you, Jamali machine broke. I'm telling you. I'm not acting.
I checked them, they collect the sample and they send it abroad. They collect the sample and they send it abroad.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that is confirmed, then fine. Then we understand what it's saying. But I did what we call prison and prisoner, and kind of know that we had to visit the central prison. And when I visited the central prison, Stanton, there are people who are in prison for over 2 years, just only for sexual assault, not rape, sexual assault. I mean, pre-trial detaining. For 2 years, they are just there for sexual assault, not rape. So I see no reason why. Like somebody said here, there are circumstantial evidence. So the police can go beyond what they want to do. I think they have their own reason why they're protecting him. And even, look, there's no way you can tell me this entire country cannot find one single DNA machine. AMI is a very up-to-date hospital, except you see it's broken down too, but AMI is there. They can conduct DNA as well. You see it all over. So to use DNA machine as an excuse to mete out justice, I think is wrong. Under this government is wrong.
Thank
So
you.
they need to find a way to excuse this. Use circumstantial evidence. You either convict, you either charge this man or you clear him. There's no need to be dragging with this. The government needs to be decisive on what they want to do in this country. They have to put us on the rule of law and it has to be decisive. Thank you, sir.
Can I come in before Emmanuel?
No, carefully. We
Please,
can bring
can I
two, we
come in?
cannot we cannot bring two sedition together. That's unprofessional. Emmanuel,
Emmanuel
please.
is still on.
Stanton, Karl Marx, in his time as a lecturer at the University of Hainan, he postulated a theory called historical materialism. And in that theory, he says that at a particular point in time, we decided to give authority to something called the government. Thomas Hobbes came and also followed that up. In fact, he says that in a state of nature, we leave things to the government because we expect the government to evolve so that we can evolve being poor, being not nasty, and being brutish. Look, we have a country from January 2024 to October 2024, 2,759 of our daughters were raped. In a month time, 276 of our daughters are raped. Every day, 9 of our daughters are raped. But yet them still, we have a government where Honorable Famula came on this show yesterday to say that they have allocated $50,000 for themselves and $37,000 for themselves, but yet them still, we cannot afford to buy DNA machine. This is a disgrace. And that's why I keep speaking to the Liberian people. For 20 years, we have seen our country go in the wrong direction, whereby our neighbors, Sierra Leone, Guinea, are moving forward. We are going backwards. That's the reason you all should start thinking about Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings as the next president of the Republic of Liberia. Because these things must change. It is very frustrating that a sovereign country like Liberia, we cannot own a DNA machine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kev.
Okay, Stanton, let me talk to my brother, lawyer Kanyo. Kanyo, and please, I will beg you, be eccentric in this moment we're about to say, right? The police is not in the place to order a DNA evidence. So long as a prima facie. What that means, that you know, if enough evidence to show there's a rape, if enough evidence to show there's a rape, meaning that the 14-year-old complained there's a rape by McGill, Brian McGill. They took her to the health to the hospital. It showed there was a penetration. It showed that her clothes were tear, and she pointed at an individual called Brian McGill. That is enough evidence, what they call prima facie. When the police get that evidence, they arrest. The prosecutor will ask for DNA evidence, not the police. I dare and challenge anybody to say if the police is a prosecutor. The police is not in business. The police arrest and trial. The state will ask. The state, the defense or the state will ask for DNA machine, not the police. The police will make arrest based on the evidence that a rape was committed. And the 14-year-old said it was Brian McGill. So why are we discussing DNA machine? Because Gregory said Gregory is not in the place to speak on DNA machine because he's not the prosecutor. He's the arresting officer. So long there's a prima facie, he should arrest.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you.
Let me finish.
No, but they're finished now. You finished. After you done, we gotta move on now.
Because I'm going to post this thing to the councillor. If the councillor will disagree with me,
so you finished. Councillor, can you come in? You have not spoken. Can you come in?
The police is not in the place to ask for.
Okay, so let's go to the councillor now, Kev. Councillor.
Police is arresting an entity if there's a prima facie.
May I speak, CEO?
Yes, sir. Kev pose a question to you. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I'm going to choose my words very carefully. And I'm going to choose them carefully because I don't want them to be misquoted or massaged, as in the case where Akaros just said I was insulting seditions, when all I said was that certain people in the leadership of the CDC were derelict in the execution of their duties that led to the losing of the previous party headquarters. So I want to be very clear so that my views and my words are not misquoted like Akaros did before. In his first utterance on this matter, Akaros mentioned something, and I appreciate that. He talked about probable cause. And there are two things that between Akaros and Kev they said that I will reference. Firstly, Akaros on probable cause, and Kev on the necessity of a DNA machine. The first thing to point out is that, look, rape is reprehensible. In any conversation we are having about the rape of a minor, which is statutory rape, by the way, to be very clear that we have zero tolerance for rape and rapists. And in a case where rape has occurred, the full extent of the law should follow. Let's be very clear about that. That is my personal and professional position on the matter. That said, I'd like to revert to Akaras's point about probable cause. What constitutes probable cause? In 2007, our Supreme Court said that before you effect an arrest, there should be probable cause unless it is in hot pursuit and the police or the arresting officer can actually see the commission of the crime. If the police or the arresting officer is not privy to the commission of the crime, in order to arrest, you must establish probable cause. So the logical next step becomes, what then constitutes probable cause in order to effect an arrest? Our laws provide three bases upon which probable cause can be established. The first is that a criminal act must have occurred. The second is that there must be a link between the suspect and the crime. The third is that there must be credible evidence supporting that link between the suspect and the crime. In the case under review, where we have Brian McGill, I believe two conditions of probable cause was established. But based on what the police have said, they are not privy to the evidence file. I haven't reviewed the evidence file, so I can't render a professional opinion. But I think where the police is basing their last issue is on the credible supporting evidence. Because clearly, the child is 14. She's underage. Any penetration by an adult is tantamount to statutory rape. So a crime has occurred, satisfying the first condition. The second condition is that there must be some kind of link. Through the conversations I have heard, the suspect works at Ministry of Youth and Sports. The victim has been going to Ministry of Youth and Sport. So therefore, there may be a link. The third condition that must exist to fully establish probable cause, all three conditions must be present, is that there must be credible evidence linking the suspect to the victim. And that credible evidence is not only established just by the victim saying, oh, this is the person that raped me. Because if that were the case, Jeff, you were accused of rape. So if that were the case, they simply identifying somebody as being the one who committed rape is sufficient for you to be arrested. But the law in this thinking was very clear that it is not only by accusation. Accusation is one ground, linking is the other ground, and the third ground is that there must be credible evidence. Now, I am not the police. I am not Gregory Coleman. I am not privy to the file. But when Gregory Coleman argues that, look, we try to establish credible evidence beyond just the accusation and we couldn't find it, that is his rendition of what the facts are. And based upon that, he said, no, we can proceed with a charge. Now, you also got to distinguish, and I beg you, CEO, let me clarify this, but you also got to distinguish pre-trial detention from a formal charge and remanding into custody. Pre-trial wise, certain people can be released or recognized. I don't know how the police approach that matter. They may have done so as such. But where the DNA evidence comes into play, maybe that's why Gregory mentioned it, is if now this case were to go to trial, this guy, I think his name is McGill, is going to lawyer up. The state will have to go to grand jury in order for them to indict him. And the same issue debated about probable cause will arise. Can you satisfy all three grounds of probable cause under Liberian law? And I'm doing this objectively. This is not about politicizing anything. Because tomorrow, Akaros or anybody on the platform,
you are the counselor here. You said enough. Or can you allow us to ask?
Can I run it, please? CEO? I just want to wrap up.
Yes.
To wrap up. The point I am making, one of the things we always tell early law students, and Jeff will know this, all cases are never the same. That's why we analogize. That's why we synthesize. Because they may have similar ingredients, but they are never the same. And you can only examine every evidence on its merit unique to that case.
Let us move on,
so do I want justice? Of course.
Counselor.
Rape occurred, let's find the person liable. But if there's no evidence, we can force there to be evidence.
Allow.
Thank you.
Ask you a question. Thank you very much. Now let me just go in this. We have documents from the hospital. Isn't that part of probable cause, can you? That yes, indeed, it is confirmed that she was tampered with, that she was raped, that she was penetrated. Isn't that probable cause?
Like I said, establishing probable cause under Liberian law is a three-pronged test. The first is that the crime must have occurred. In this case, because she's 14 and penetration occurred. Now also be mindful. If the penetration was done by a minor, it may not be a crime.
Councilor, stop. Councilor, I beg you, my man, but don't do this to us.
I wanted to ask the councilor on the last time he raised.
Hey, great, let me finish, I beg you. You said a crime must occur. So we have a crime here, right? It established that
yes.
She was raped. So all of you three, we established that she was raped, right?
The second link.
No. That's why I wanted to explain.
No, don't explain. We hear your explanation.
No,
of the three.
You say a crime occurred. You are assuming that it was an adult who penetrated her.
No,
if it was a minor that penetrated this girl, it will not be a crime.
Kyle, that's why you got to talk for us to understand. Don't talk just to circumvent the main juice of the story.
Can I say the first two are satisfied?
Great. We can be talking over each other great way. Yeah. Kyle, you name 3 reasons why we can walk into this.
Making sure that you be protected.
So I'm talking there, they mentioning Yemi. You want to moderate? Come tomorrow and moderate.
I mean,
Nobody
let's
will show
ask
up.
the question, man.
So, Kayo, let me understand you, my brother. You gave us 3, 1, 2, 3, to establish everything beyond the reasonable doubt that Gregory Kuma can proceed with arrest. 1, there must be a crime. Am I correct, Kayo?
True. Not reasonable doubt to establish probable cause.
There must be a crime.
Yes.
Was there any crime in this situation, sir?
You cannot say definitively. Why? If the penetration occurred by an adult, it's statutory rape and it becomes a crime. If that penetration occurred by a minor like the girl, it is not statutory rape. 2 minors having sex is under the juvenile code.
So
if you can establish that it was an adult, then it becomes statutory rape.
Counselor, can I hold you right there and let me use my time wisely? The 14-year-old girl pointed her finger to Brian McGill. Okay? Brian is an adult. He has been accused directly from her. How can you consider that as well? That now we know that adult is in the question, the allegation that he tampered with her?
Assuming without admitting that she pointed out Brian McGill, then we have satisfied 2 conditions of probable cause. Number 1, a crime occurred. Number 2,
let's go step by step. 2 all of the 3. You and myself, I'm lawyer, you lawyer, but the people listen to us. We have satisfied 2 all of the 3. Don't you think that's sufficient reason? I got the 3-year-old for the police IG to take this to court to arrest Brian McGill, Councillor?
Let me put it back to you, because if I were to say yes or no, you may think I'm politicizing or whatever. Let's assume, Stanton, you were the one accused. And the law said there are 3 grounds to establish your culpability for them to arrest you and take you from your home. 2 are established. 1, which is that there must be credible evidence linking you, is not established. Should they arrest you and take you to the police cell?
Okay.
Should they arrest Jeff? Should they arrest Jeff?
So you gotta calm down now and don't be personal with it, right? Let's go back in this issue. Leave Jeff out of it and leave other people out of it. You're asking me, and I will answer you like this, Counsel. It is so wrong that Gregory Coleman, 2 out of the 3, he should be able to carry on an arrest. Yeah, that would be only fair. Some people have 1 out of the 3. Some people have 0 out of the 3. They are at South Beach today. You got 2. But Gregory Coleman said the only thing he's waiting for, he wants 3 out of 3 to carry on an arrest. I know you got to put your legal hat on, my brother. The thing that should make it 3 out of 3, Gregory Coleman, he doesn't have it right now. Because Gregory Coleman telling we the Liberian people that in the entire country, all the DNA machine broke down. It's confusing. And I would just leave you to give all of us a chance, Councillor. But let me say my piece. It is so embarrassing. Listen to what
I just gave you 30 seconds before you move on.
Yeah, but let me finish. I can decide who gets 30 seconds. It is
no, I mean just so I can leave the matter.
No.
I got a question for you, Candido. Seriously.
Yeah, but let me finish. It's so embarrassing, right? That we come on the show, not you, Councillor, but the way in which Gregory is managing this thing. People are calling him a partisan police IG. 2,700 some more rape cases. That today, Gregory telling us that we don't have DNA machine. That today, the general minister telling us that we do not have DNA machine. We got 2,700 some more rape cases. Most of those people, some of them, 0 out of 3, 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3, but they're at South Beach. But when it came to Brian McGill, and I talk to Brian McGill and his lawyer all the time to update on this case. Maybe he's innocent. Maybe he's begging. His lawyer said they are begging for the DNA testing to clear, because this is upon Brian McGee for life. They want to clear his name. But how can Gregory Comer tell us? How did he put people in jail for rape? No DNA machine in the country. The entire Republic of Liberia. So everybody just raping, and it's at Gregory Comer's own description as to who go to jail and who ready to go to jail. I think it's embarrassment for the Liberia National Police. It's embarrassing to the government. It's very, very embarrassing and shameful that the women or children in the Republic of Liberia, they are not safe. Somebody can rape them, and somebody can work for your 3-can, counselor, and your 3-can will set them free because we don't have DNA machine. And your 3-can will put them on the street again to rape another individual, rape another girl, or sodomize another young man because your 3-can of DNA machine is not in the country. The lawmakers are asking for $1 million plus to buy vehicle for the special assistant. We just need only $75,000 to buy DNA machine. You see what's happening in our country? The lawmakers, the House of Representatives, where you get Rachel Kuhn and rest of them, asking to buy the special assistant car of $15,000 each, $1.9 million or $1.09 million. They are on record, but none of them can advocate for a DNA machine that Gregory Comer said broke down. So more women are getting raped, more babies are getting raped under this government. And you want us to sit and polish and say, we'll wait for 3-cans. There is no 3-cans. There is no 3-cans. Gregory Comer now trying to bring another fire service department in the country or DNA department in the country just to give the man DNA, because you say we reach out to our partners. That's what Gregory Comer said. We reach out to our partners. So that partner will live on every day. Our government are getting almost $800 million in the budget. We live on partner. Nobody can bring in $75,000 to buy a DNA machine. I mean, I disagree with your 3-can, counselor. I do. These guys are ripping the young girls there. They're catching them, ripping them in the cars. They can't talk. They are shameful. It is a disgrace to hear that somebody ripped your daughter. And Gregory Comer said and say he's waiting for 3-can DNA machine. I mean, the other day I defended Gregory Comer that he didn't give order for them to kill the guy. I stand by that. But this one, Gregory Comer, is bad. I mean, you're trying to defend the man or what? Send it to the court. If the man is set free, fine. Or the government should bring out DNA machine as soon as possible. Because the women that will die on a rape. Big men there, going to small baby there, catching them in the offices, in the car. The children crying. Mama, oh, papa, oh, they're not listening to them. They're taking out their panties and raping them. It's a disgrace under this government. You see some of the guys, they are said they are anemic, no bone in them, no flesh, just skinny. And the guys are grabbing them and just raping them because they will be set free. And they get daughters, they get wives, and they're leaving them to stay over there in the office to rape the young girls there. Why you can go to the big women there and say you want them, take them to Calabash. But the babies them because they feel that they can get them candy and $5 and $10. Because Gregory Comer don't have 3 points. One of the points at DNA machine. Now you get an announcement, no DNA, but they will go on raping rampage. They will go on raping saga. And our women then will be suffering. They will be praying to God for help. President Boga need to hear this. President Boga need to cut his expenses on travel and take $75,000 and buy DNA machine. This is wrong. I mean, y'all can have it, man. You can take it, Winfred Russell. I'm done. It's wrong. It's very bad. It's very, very.
You know what I normally say. What I normally say when people respond to the application of law in these situations, I always remind people that one day you will stand accused. And those 3 points that we so callously push aside as meaning nothing is what was going between you and justice.
If you respect and said nobody will stand on accused for rape, remember?
No, but that's what I'm saying. This is not a defense for rape.
I'm not blaming
we know that
to the other people. Your 3 point will not work. Your 3 point are
I
covered
thought you
up.
said I'm going to do my 30 seconds again. See you.
I said, Winfred Ross, I feel with you. Your 3 point are scared. Your 3 point are covered up. Your 3 point are scared, man. Winfred, let go.
No, so we cannot, you know, as traumatic as this certainly is, as traumatic as this certainly is, and as horrible as it is, and nobody here on this platform sanctions rapists or raping of young girls. I mean, no one does, right? But we have to be careful not to sensationalize the issue. The law is the law. It's what we have. If we want to change it, let's
what part of the law say Gregory should wait for DNA machine testing? What part of the law say Gregory must wait for DNA testing to arrest? What part of the law say that?
We cannot let our emotions.
Forget what that thing is. Show feeling. Let's talk our own. What part of the law say?
Okay. I have a question for Councillor Gbala.
But
Councillor Gbala, now you talk about
Amen. If they see you killing someone, a lawyer can defend you. Forget about that one. The lawyer see you killing someone, he can defend you.
So, Councillor Gbala, I have 2 questions for you. One is that in your
3-point shot. In your 3-point shot. Go ahead.
Can we close now, please?
Okay. When you are speaking, you know, you made a point of talking about if the crime or if quote unquote penetration was done by a minor, then you know that's not considered rape. So are you saying that a minor cannot rape another minor? I mean, can you clarify that point, because it's sort of confusing? So we know one is statutory rape, but then what happens?
We're talking about adult and minor.
Let me ask a question, Kat. Let me ask a question.
Jesus.
A good question that may ask him, because the councillor brought it up. Go ahead, Winfred.
Yeah. So okay. So one, if you can please, please clarify that, because that is sort of confusing. And then the other part, the other question is that real quickly is that okay, if someone is accused of whatever crime, right, and they don't have a lawyer, and I like the point, which is true, every crime is different, every situation is different, and no one crime and the circumstances are all different depending on what crime it is. I mean, they're all different. So if a crime was committed, right, Councillor, if a crime was committed, and the person has an attorney, but another crime too was committed and the other person did not have an attorney, okay, can the attorney then come and say, okay, I have an attorney, so I will ensure that my rights are protected. I will ensure that I get DNA. I will ensure that I have this. I mean, ask for all of these things. Now, the other person who may have committed similar crime may not have had access to an attorney who would demand all of those things. They're not the same, right?
May I respond?
Yes.
Now, to your question, people under 18 are considered as minors on Liberian law. And when you're a minor, you are governed by the juvenile provision or children law, as we will say, right? Where normally the disposition of the law is around rehabilitation, is around, how do I call it? More rehabilitatory than punishment. That's why when minors have sex, most often you find people saying, are they of the same age or are they in the same age group? When we find people saying that, because when both of them are minors, what they commit there is mostly considered to be juvenile discretions, and the disposition of the law is around rehabilitation. As opposed to when the person is a major and a minor is involved.
Hold up there, Councillor. Is that a Liberian law? Because here in the U.S.,
absolutely,
if a 14-year-old were to rape a 15-year-old for that matter, that's a crime.
Yeah, if you rape, if you below
I think the difference is statutory versus non-statutory.
Exactly.
No.
And like I said, it doesn't mean that an offense has not. It doesn't mean that an offense has not been committed. But like I tell you, that offense committed by somebody under 18 is cognizable under the juvenile law. And the juvenile law is more around rehabilitation than punishment. Now, my 3-count thing is not my thing. This is Liberian law. And most often, we try these things. But when you stay accused of rape,
Councillor, help me, right? I'm not doing this because I'm laughing at you, Councillor Khan.
Oh no, you can laugh at me. I'm fine with that.
It's good that you hear that we can have this discussion. One, the girl, she was raped. That's your one count. Your second count, she pointed finger to my girl. That's your second count. You have the hospital proving that she was raped. She called Brian McGill name. Your 3 count is satisfied. The only thing we are seeing here,
you are saying that it is satisfied. I'm saying I can share with you the provisions. Right? Why I agree with you, CEO, is this. Right?
Brother, wait. Brother Kanyo, Councillor Kanyo, wait. Your 3 counts that you put out, let the Liberian people hear.
No, the 3 counts under Liberian law, not my 3 counts.
Councillor, you put it out back.
You can say the provisions.
Stop playing the game of a provision. I don't see no provision. Your 3 count
was
Yeah, I don't be a lawyer. My dad was a lawyer, like, you know. Your 3 count, yeah. 1, the crime was committed. It was confirmed that she was tampered with, she was penetrated. 2, she identified Brian McGill. She linked Brian McGill to this thing, right? All the other things, Gregory, let me leave you alone because Akaros will want to talk. Akaros, Gregory talking about that. Akaros, let me land this on you very quick. He talking nonsense. Geospatial cell phone connection, they want a card, all BS, Bachelor of Science. That nonsense. There will be no way for you to agree to this. Gregory Coleman know exactly he's intentionally covering up. If Gregory Coleman think that everybody in the prison today had 3 counts, let him show it to us. He grabbed them and put them in jail. 2,700 over young baby girls then. Skinny. Some of them still need blood transfusion. The guys not raping them. These are so sensationalized it. It could be your daughter. It could be your sister. It could be your mother. This is terrible for this government. For the 5,000 for DNA machine, 11,000 will come with all the strips. The government don't have up to 60,000 to buy one DNA machine. We start having 2,700 people being raped. That's a shame. Great, take us home, my friend.
But Stanton, the DNA machine is not to. Stanton, the DNA machine is not to say that whether she was raped or not. The hospital has established that. The DNA machine.
I know what the DNA testing. I know what the DNA testing. But you interrupting Greg. You got to speak.
Oh my God.
But Greg,
but that's not what the DNA for. I mean, we already know she was raped.
Interrupting Greg. Wait for you interrupting Greg.
I ain't gonna be interrupted. But anyway, I gain the benefit of the doubt. But look, let's be real. That is the depth of wisdom. Let's know Kanye very well. He spoke well. He satisfied the 2 conditions. His analysis and said, yes, 1, he explained why. 2, he explained why the third he created a doubt. The third is clear. He said there should be some credible evidence. In my mind, the credible evidence is the fact that the police, even reported by Spoon Talk September 17, that the police admitted that the victim was tampered with by the hospital report. Yes, it go on Spoon Talk page. It's there. The victim admitted, the police admitted that the particular person was tampered with. They had a hospital report. What's the argument about evidence? Which evidence do you need beyond that? That is there a relationship according to Kwanyo? Yes. The girl father right there, the girl can go there according to him. It's established. Is the first point established? Yes, the first point is established. What are you waiting for? Well, Honor Gregory, in the last 2 years, do you know how many persons have been placed behind bars? With all DNA tests, do you know the danger about using DNA tests as an excuse? Especially when other people will say, okay, let's wait for DNA tests. You can't arrest me because you didn't request for a DNA test. Even if a lady came from in the house shouting, well, he raped me. Someone could say, I didn't rape the woman, she creating a scene. She lying on me. That do DNA tests. The guy from agriculture and how they arrested him. From agriculture ministry, I do agree. Even wars are not the same, but they are similar. And kind of struck the point in law and said they are not the same, but they are similarities. Now, he's very right, 100%. So I'm saying to everyone here, Brian McGill is a partisan of the Unity Party. He campaigned with Brian, we campaigned with Gregory, and AP Commander control the security group. Publicly, they said that they didn't have their feelings about that. This guy is being protected. It's a dangerous precedent. For hundreds of people are behind bars for the last 2 to 3 years, even when Gregory was police director. You know how many persons they arrested and placed behind bars or DNA tests? What excuse is it? Send the case to court, arrest the man. The probable cause to arrest the man. Okay, let's agree that 3 counts or 3 steps, and you certify 2 of the steps, and the other one is still a little bit questionable, is there. That they get close or tune or honor close. There was forceful penetration established by the police. What are they waiting for? Let's be very realistic. Stand on cannot close. Just 1 minute. Just in
but I thought you wanted to ask question. You ask question, you conclude the question.
We gotta go. Let's close. Let's close, guys.
No, let me maintain something on the issue, and I want to maintain this. Dr. Sia Kamano was appointed under the CDC government at JFK. Kamano. Okay, when she came from South Africa. Her dad was appointed at the National AIDS Commission by Ellen once upon a time. Currently, she has been appointed, the dad has been appointed by President Boykai as the PPCC board chair by President Boykai. I think he just had some press conference October 6th. That's her biological father. I know that for real. That's President Boykai relative with the father. If you look at the 10 counts that you put on Stanton, the 10 counts, I didn't see the 11. Maybe you can read that to me. But the 10 counts, Stanton go to 3 and 9. That the only thing that does not talk anything about the bull, they're going against the bull. The bull itself is conflicted. Because all the complaints are against the bull that is investigating the man. All of the 10 that Stanton posted in the chat room, all of the 10, 8, you will see violation to the bull. Violation to the bull. Put it up. I didn't see the 11. You said there were 11 counts, if I'm right. But that 10 you put in there. So I'm looking at the 10. 8. The bull accused the man, and the bull investigated the man. The bull accused him, and the bull investigated him, and the bull recommended one of their own. Now, conflict of interest. Board members or the board cannot be accusing someone and investigating that person at the same time. You have to recuse yourself because what? You can't be accusing the man and you're being investigating the person at the same time. The board didn't have that authority on the law. Now, the board is conflicted. It's a political decision that was taken. That's why you need to invite, the way I say, the care eating your own baby from the onset. You got to invite that Onyanya to explain himself, because he has not been able to explain himself. But the board has been able to say foreign travel, he didn't consult the board. Sending budget to the legislature, he didn't consult the board. Writing communications, he didn't consult the board. Writing the president, he didn't consult the board. Everything that about consultation to the board. Read all the accounts, gentlemen, all let them put it up. Of the 10 that stand on put up, only 2 gave or one talking about the Minister of Health. Okay, at Natidi. The other one talks something I can't really get to. That's the only 2 different ones I saw all of the 10. So the board itself is conflicted. It's a serious issue under the code of conduct. They don't have the moral strength to investigate under the doctrine of conflict. Then under Article 5C of the Constitution, ethnicity.
Thank you, Greg. We got to go.
Ethnicity, this lady is from Conio, and we say there's a village in Lofa called Conio where she functioned or died, and a Baka relative with the father. Nobody can dispute that.
Great,
now, what
you.
decision was influenced by President Baka to bring that lady to say, don't be surprised they will appoint her. In fact, he appointed her temporarily.
Great, thank you very much.
Temporarily by the recommendation by the board. So this is different.
Yeah, so it's
when I come to you, wait. Great, thank you very much. Thank you. Great.
Thank you.
It's
so that
good
relevant issue, finish laying it to rest. So I'm not going to make your research.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah. You're top tired. Jackie, let's hear
you. Interest. Don't go to no MFA law.
What are you interrupting Jackie for now? I will finish with you. We're going back to Jackie. Jackie, let's hear you.
Jackie come and say MFA lawyer. We're talking about code of conduct. Say, Jackie, what's up, man? Jackie, we can get Jackie out.
So, again, on the issue of rape, I'm sure all of us here agree that we want this matter solved. Sometimes
you can kill people, seriously. You can kill people in the back.
Sometimes, yeah, man. Stop this.
I'm sorry, man. I was doing something I almost fell off.
Stop
But you have a top tired. Who lives there? The woman from Labrador, you say the woman from Kano in Lofa.
Why are you interrupting me? Yeah, that's not fair. Hey, listen, I need to get off this thing because I got
Jackie, go ahead.
Jackie, you don't want to hear me talk now. All your CDC people,
the show end. You Unity Party woman is happening now. What they talking about CDC, UP woman.
So, listen.
They keep hurting Jackie because they are stopping.
You protect Jackie. Let her speak.
Sandra, are you going to protect me?
You didn't have sympathetic.
Jackie, I can't protect you. Jackie got to talk. Jackie, go ahead. Jackie talks. Speak, Jackie. Good night, Vandela. It's good having you, Vandela. Thank you for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow, VP. Thank you very much. Good night. Jackie, go ahead. Good night, my brother Jefferson Chesson. It's good having you. Have a good night, my friend.
No.
Go ahead, Jackie. Jackie, talk to us, Mama.
So,
Jackie, talk to us.
Again, on the issue of rape, I think all of us agree here that we want solution. Sometimes law is more than meets the naked eye. There are a lot of things that happen behind the scene, and in order to get evidence proven beyond all reasonable doubt, should the case go to court and there's a jury, investigators have to be very, very careful, pile their evidence together. Stop interrupting me, please. Before they turn it over to the prosecutor and for the prosecutor to submit the case to the court. So we look forward to a speedy case, but at the same time, what's more important is that the right steps, the right things are being done so that if indeed this individual is very guilty, although he's innocent until proven guilty under our law, that due to any technicality that he doesn't go free if he's actually guilty. And also he deserves justice, and the young lady also deserves justice. So we wish her again all the best. On the issue with Enfield, and to Vandela Patrick, what he was saying, this is what I meant to say earlier. Enfield right now, you have the top three positions that are acting the Director General position acting as of today, the Principal Deputy for Technical Services, that position been acting for some time now. And there's been advertisement put out there for the Deputy Director General for Technical Services, and the vetting process is currently ongoing. The Deputy for Administration is also acting, and hopefully there's a vetting process going on, and at some point we will have the permanent appointment as per in the act, where of course it's tenure for all three of these positions. There is no way, to Fendela Patriot point, that even if the board wanted to move up the Deputy for Technical Services to the DG position, there's no way, because that position is also acting. So all the top three positions are acting positions. And again, the president did no wrong. Everything was followed per the act establishing the National Public Health Institute. The board made its recommendation. And at this critical point, especially with monkeypox and a whole lot of stuff going on, it doesn't look good to leave the head of infill position open. So therefore, it takes 2/3 to remove the Director General. And that was what was done. It was followed according to the Infill Act. And now you have an acting person there. But that acting person is there only until the Director General goes through a vetting process by the board, and then the top recommendations go to the president for the president to then appoint the Director General. But all three positions are currently acting. So just to note to that. The president, a lot of good things going on in the country.
Thank you, Jackie.
Let me say this last part. A lot of wonderful things going on. The roads, the light, the water. I mean, you name it. And next year, things are going to be blown out of the water when it comes to development and growth in Liberia. So thank you. It was a wonderful show tonight. And good night.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yo, say hi to your grandbaby. I think we saw the picture of a beautiful grandbaby. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, she looked like you, by the way, but she's white and you're black. Okay. Winfrey Russell.
All right. Good night.
You need more, man. You need more. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah.
Winfrey?
Yeah, thank you. I thought it was a great show. Very passionate discussions all around. With respect to infill, I think President Boyka did the right thing. He listened to the recommendation from the board of directors, and I don't see any problem wrong with temporarily putting one of the board members in charge of the organization as to vet and recruit permanent those two positions to be permanently filled. They had the director position and the deputy director position. So I think it's a good thing. And I hope it is done as soon as possible, because it's a very critical agency that needs to be filled. We have a lot of public health issues, and we need that position to be filled as quickly as possible. But I think the president did the right thing by listening to a recommendation from the board. And with respect to the case, as I was saying earlier, I was trying to say that the DNA machine is not to determine whether the young lady was sadly raped or not. The DNA machine, because since they have not been able to come up with a probable cause, and fingers are still being pointed at Mr. McGill. So the DNA machine would then be utilized to determine whether indeed he is, whether any of his DNA was found there.
Decades ago, because they will not find anything on that man. Like it will just be rape free. They end.
Can you please finish up, Winfrey?
Okay, I will. Since I was rudely interrupted, I will pass the rest of my time to Councillor Bala.
Between you and Councilor Bala, every time you pass your time, only the Councilor Bala.
People were not rude.
Every time you take your time to Councilor Bala, why not nobody else? Why?
Because the defending government, the motor pool, brother there.
Because we are centrist.
Have a good night. Thank you very much.
We have this sort of a centrist disposition.
Good night, man. Police motor pool, brother. What's up? Good night.
Okay, guys, man. Thank you, Honorable General. Great. Let me tell you, all this edition, or then we have some freedom here. Emmanuel, close the show. Let's hear you. Yeah, man. All this edition, let me tell you, we have freedom. The General Hatter. Emmanuel, let's talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having us in your home this evening. We appreciate it. We appreciate this opportunity of you being a part of this show for the last 4 hours. Look, we need to take Liberia seriously. And it's us Liberians that can change the tide. We cannot continue in what we have right now. For 20 years of our modern democracy, we have been on this swing, seesaw, up and down, not going anywhere significantly. You hear the case this evening. Is the police director who is speaking, not me, that there's no DNA machine, but yet and still in this country, we have 2,755 of our sisters being raped every year. In fact, between January 2024 to October 2024, an average of 276 of our sisters per month and 9 per day. We cannot continue to be doing the same thing and expecting different results. So that's why I speak to you tonight as fellow Liberians. We need to look for an alternative to these two governing parties. Yes, you may be excited about the leaders of those parties, but think about governance. And if you think strongly about governance this evening, I introduce you to the Alternative National Congress and Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings. We look forward to you thinking thoroughly about where you want Liberia to be in the next 5 years. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. I look forward to conversation.
Before you finish, talk to us about your program coming up. You have not been speaking on it.
Yeah, thank you. For those of you who live in the United States, especially in Atlanta area, Mr. Cummings is going to be there on the 24th. It's free of charge, free food, free drinks, free conversation with Mr. Cummings the 24th. We gave you the address and we'll come back tomorrow. But come out and have a conversation. Listen to Mr. Cummings, listen to what he has to say, listen to what he has to share. You can ask any question you want to ask of him. He will be there to have this conversation in a relaxed environment. Very beautiful scene, very beautiful conversation. So he's going to be on the 24th of October, next week, Friday, in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. Now, on the next day, the 25th, we're going to have our business meeting. You have to be a member of the Alternative National Congress to be a part of this meeting. We're going to have look at our new constitution for the ANC diaspora in the United States of America. We're going to be amending and doing a lot of conversation and then charting our way forward. So if you want to be a part of this vibrant movement, come and join us on Saturday at the business meeting. In the evening is going to be the time for ball when we have our special fund in a special way. You are invited to join the ball. But I look forward to seeing many of you in Atlanta joining us on Friday. It's free. You don't have to pay a cent. You have the opportunity of interacting with Mr. Cummings. You have the opportunity of asking any question you want to ask. And I will be at the door to shake your hand. So look forward to seeing you next week, Friday in Georgia.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel.
Thank you.
Yes, Jefferson.
Thank you, Stanton. In my close, I just want to say that Saturday will be a great day, and we look forward to see all Liberians, citizens, supporters of the CDC, and everybody turning up to grace the occasion, marking our groundbreaking for the construction of our global office. And that office is going to usher us into the leadership of this country come 2029. We can understand the fight for the soul of this country is not an easy fight, and we understand why the Unity Party is playing so much propaganda. First, they said that the land we have was in the way of the flyover bridge that should have been constructed. But even the Chinese people told them they're not going to get involved in that kind of cheap propaganda. So they've changed it. They brought in someone to lie and say this property is for me. But with all what they are doing, our groundbreaking ceremony will be a very elaborate one on Saturday. And we're calling on all the marketeers, the motorbike riders, keke riders, to turn up in the numbers to grace the occasion because we'll be making history on that day. Thank you, Stanton. And today was a very good show. And I appreciate the discussions we had on the show today. Thank you, Stanton.
Jefferson Cheston, thank you very much. Thank you a lot. Kev, take us home now, Kev.
Yeah, Stanton, you know, it's a very good show, but sometimes I always believe that no matter what, we have to give our people the rest story, and you know, because we'll have generations to come. I know Emmanuel, Stanton, and Wilfred Russell and Jeff. You guys know that the police don't need DNA machine. So long as the probable cause, they should arrest and take him to trial. Prosecution will ask for DNA, or the defense will ask for DNA. It baffles me to see that we're talking about DNA machine through the police. In this country that we're living in, police don't go for DNA machine. It's when they go to trial. We have people spend 20 years in prison that and for a crime that they did not commit, right? But the DNA free them. Wilfred Russell, you know that. I think you should be the one supposed to be telling people, because you're working in highest office in Minnesota. You're supposed to be telling people that police don't need DNA machine to arrest. You're supposed to be telling people that. But why are we asking for DNA machine? No. If somebody in your district in Minnesota commit a crime or rape, so long there is evidence that shows that, or some probable cause that show that there's a, for example, let me say this. If they're walking in your home and the underage say, this older person with me, they will be arrested. They will be arrested and then taken to police and then sent to court. The very next day, that person's lawyer will ask for DNA. It will be given to them. So why are we saying the police, why Gregory is asking for DNA machine? It's not right. We're sending this message to our young people, our students, our children, and giving them wrong information. No, we not supposed to, the police, Gregory not supposed to ask for DNA machine. And I hope from today, Emmanuel, Winfrey, because I'm not calling Stanton because Stanton on the right side of this history. I'm calling you both. You should speak to it because you guys are well-learned and intelligent people. Like Brother said, book people. You should tell the people the truth. Especially if, especially you, Emmanuel, on the opposition side. You know this. Maybe Winfrey through his affiliation with the IG, make cover it up. But you speak to it. Why is the police asking for DNA machine?
Thank you, Kev. Let's go now.
It is wrong.
Kev, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you. Come back again tomorrow. Let's have a great show. To my brother Winfrey Russell, thank you. Emmanuel Josh, as always, we appreciate you. Kafiko, thank you. Yes. Have a good night. All right, I want to say to all of you, thank you very much. Joe Man, Neil says, William, Crispin Don. I want to appreciate each and every one of you for joining Spoon Talk tonight to have your say. Till meet again tomorrow, be blessed, be safe. Please, 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 please. Do unto others as you expect them to do unto you. And have a good night.